Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to day number 2. Again, the same rules than yesterday. Please be that kind and mute your mobile phones so that we can have here a fluent discussion and moderation round. I hope day number 1 was an interesting. Same rules than yesterday. Please be that kind and mute your. I can hear me one more time. That's nice, yeah. So if so, we have an echo here. So if we can switch the echo somehow off, would be fantastic. Yeah, I hope you had an interesting day yesterday, and you could learn something more about the projects which are ongoing on the Danube and on the waterways in general in Europe. And today we're moving on to 2 panel discussions. So we have prepared panel number 1 with technologies, panel number 2 with logistics, and in the middle of between the 2 panels we're gonna have a short presentation about something new, only for 10 minutes. And yeah, I think that then I have to say we have a break today, a coffee break at approximately 11 o'clock. So we meet at 11:30 sharp here back for panel number 2. And then we will run the program until approximately 1:30. And then we have for you outside a network buffet again arranged, so you can enjoy lunch. And then unfortunately we have to release you back to your families, and you are allowed to travel back home. So let me welcome and introduce panel number 1. Panel number 1 will be moderated by Doro Mihai. He is the Port Operations Manager for the Maritime Administration Port in Constanta. With that, Doro, I wish you good luck. We're looking forward to hear what are the enablers for the technologies and what are the challenges which we are having in there. So wish you fun with the panel.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome here in Constanța. And the first question is, did you wake up? Because I don't. So we are talking about technologia. For the moment, we have here some representatives of some good companies here in Europe. And let me start with Bengt Ramne, coming from Göteborg. He represents the Scandinavian AB company involved in implementation of methanol. So, Bengt, if you can see some.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for giving this opportunity to talk about Scandinavian and what we have been doing when it comes to technology in future shipping and renewable fuels. Let's see. Let's see. Do we have a presentation or some slides? All right. So just very brief about Scandinavian. We are a Swedish company, original naval architects, have been working with ship design for many, many years. We were founded in 2005, always looking for new ways and better ways for shipping and to how we can contribute to reducing the climate and environmental impact from shipping. Today we will talk about what we have done related to methanol. So actually we operate 2 different entities. Scandinavian, as mentioned, that's the naval architect entity of our activities. As mentioned, we were founded in 2005, and 2009 we actually did a project, I will talk more about that, when we identified methanol as a potential fuel. We've been pushing that development for quite some time, always looking as naval architects to see what's needed to be done, not limit ourselves to what we do, but to see what needed to be done to make a change. And consequence of that is that we moved in from just naval architect, ship design, also into engine development and engine manufacturing. So we are now also producing and supplying methanol engines to both marine applications and land-based applications. Things that we have been doing for the last 15 years is identifying methanol as an alternative fuel. We have been pushing the design of ships, how to implement the fuel into the ships. We've been pushing the rules, how to make methanol go into the ship in a safe way, but not too complicated way. We have tried to convince the engine producers to produce methanol engines, being semi-successful, meaning that we had to do it ourselves. We also established this Enmar Engines company where we have producing methanol engines. We're looking into different combustion concept for engines to see how it best can be utilized. But it should be mentioned, we are not selling methanol. We are not in this to sell methanol. We are doing this because we identify methanol as a potential future fuel. If there is another fuel, we will make the engines for that fuel. So I think that's the thing. That we are not here just because of methanol. We're trying to find ways to improve shipping and to reduce the climate and environmental impact. And with that, I think let's go to the next one.
Yeah, from Galați, from Navrom Shipyard, we have here Mr. Costel Mocanu, and he will introduce his company.
Thank you. Good day. I am, as our colleagues say, I am Costel Iulian Mocanu from Navrom Shipyard. We are ship repair company, and also we extend our activity also on new building for inland water. Our company is yeah, it's presented there. We are busy with ship repair. We have locksmithers, mechanical, we have electrician, and we have also engineer and people which are making offer to the clients. We have 4 floating docks, yeah, which can elevate, let's say, ships for 800 tons maximum. And now we extend our activity not just for repairing the pusher, tugs, and barge for company SN Ferre. Yeah, we are busy also with repair ships from Bulgarian owner, from Croatia owner, and also for Romanian owner. That means we extend for other clients, not for traditional clients of Navrom Shipyard. Also, we have 2 sites, one in Galați, where we have that 4 floating docks, and also we have another site in Cernavoda, where you not have floating dock, we have sleeping way, yeah, and the ships are put it on the quay with some small trailers. There and also in Galați, our main problem is related to the water, the level of Danube River. And for this, we are, let's say, fighting with authorities to help, yeah, the companies also for transport of goods on Danube River to make that operation to take the mud from the deep of the inland water. Also, if we speak about repairs, you can see we repair tugs, we repair dredge, we repair repair also main engine for the tugs, for the pushers, yeah. And also we, as I mentioned already, we are making a new build, yeah. We made Vega River. It's a pleasure boat located in Galați. We made Shark River vessel, which are busy now, I think, for transport fuel, and also another new vessel. This is history, let's say. In this moment, we are, let's say, main collaborators for VARD shipyards, Tulcea and Brăila, and in near future we will work also, we hope, we will work also with Daman Shipyard Galați. That means our workers, our engineers are competitive, and we can work with these two big shipbuilders from Europe. We have in total around 206 people in this moment, and 20% of this it's non-productive people, and the rest it's productive people, which are divided in all that discipline which I mentioned from the beginning. If you have questions later, please let us know.
Thank you, Costel. So I think we will have an interesting discussion today about the remote control vessels with Miss Maria Chiara Boda from CIFAR.
Hello. Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Maria Chiara. Thank you for inviting me here today. And I work for CIFAR, which is a startup based in Antwerp, in Belgium. Our main activity is to equip vessels with the technology that allow to be remote controlled. To do that, we install a vehicle control system and some sensors on the ships. Also the domes, the antennas that allow to transfer the data through the network. And we have at the offices the remote operations center, where the new captains, so the remote operators, can effectively steer the ships from the office. The vision and the reason why behind CIFAR, you can see it here in the graph. Basically, the graph has two lines. On one hand, we have the upper trends, the expectations that the European Union has on the industry, because in the Green Deal that was also mentioned yesterday, the expectation is to increase the activity in the transport, in the inland transport by of 25% by 2030 and of 50% by 2050. But at the same time, you can see the other line, the light blue line, that shows the available captains, and it's always it's going down and down. There's a significant gap that we can fulfill with the technology. The vision then is to centralize and optimize the workforce. So the captains in the inland navigation sector, they can work, they can be centralized in an office, and during their shift also steer many vessels simultaneously, helped by the technology. The startup was founded already in 2018, and since then many innovations many developments were done. Also, thanks to the European Horizon projects, Some of them that I can mention are, for example, 5G blueprint, where we compare the different networks 4G and 5G to see which is better, also in the case of cross-boarding. Another project that it's also the reason why I'm here. It's Pioneers that Team Durant presented yesterday afternoon. And in this project, CIFAR developed its object detection model. Another relevant project that I would like to mention here is Warrant, which just started this year, and it's about dependability and security. Thanks.
Thank you, Maria. Now we will discuss with the specialist in naval communications, in recent traffic management and control rooms, search and rescue. So from Frequentis Maritime, we have here Andrea Hronek.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Andrea. I'm the strategic product manager for Frequentis AG for our maritime business unit. But before I start with the company and the product presentation, I would like to thank Pro Danube for the invitation. For me as a Romanian, it's a huge privilege to be home and to be able to contribute with the experience I have gathered over the seas in this domain in shaping the discussions around the future of the Danube ports. It's a very emotional topic for me, so I'm looking forward to very interesting discussions during the break. Frequentis AG is a company we're headquartered in Austria with more than 2,500 employees worldwide. And it's the only company providing voice, communication, and information solutions in mission-critical domains, such as air traffic management, civil and defense, public safety, entailing all blue light organizations, public transport, and maritime, the business unit that we are representing here today. In maritime, we are extremely privileged to be serving more than 40 customers worldwide. We are addressing coastal radio organizations, maritime rescue coordination centers, coastal surveillance organizations, but also vessel traffic services. In this segment, we also include the river information systems, with main customers such as ports and harbors, coast guards and navies, and now more and more also the offshore business with wind parks and oil platforms, because they need similar technologies moving forward. Some of our customers worldwide are the Canadian Coast Guard, with the largest coastline worldwide and also one of the most challenging ones. We have the Norwegian Coastal Radio, the Swedish Maritime Administration, the National Search and Rescue Center in Greece, the Belgium Maritime Rescue Coordination Center, the Australian Maritime Safety Authority, so a lot of organizations worldwide. With our customers, we are serving more than 35% of the world's seas, so in voice communication and in general global maritime distress and safety systems, we are market leaders. And this makes us the proudest that with our systems, 2 lives are saved daily. This is what we are all working for. This is why we crave so much to improve our products with the sole scope of saving lives at sea. Our product, I will not get very technical today, but maybe just a brief overview. We started with a very innovative voice communication solution 26 years ago, integrating all types of radios, VHF, MF, digital radios, but also telephony, long-term recording, short-term recording into one solution, into one graphical user interface. Then we moved towards global maritime distress and safety systems with all the components. A couple of years ago, we also developed an incident management solution that helps coordinate all the maritime incidents and also the search and rescue operations, providing a significant guidance to the operators and providing automatic documentation as well for most of the operational steps taken during the incident management. Ports are also starting to use this system now in a more simplified version. And of course, vessel traffic services. We integrate all the typical sensors such as radar, AIS. Of course, we also conduct a multi-sensor fusion between AIS and radar. And we integrate also CCTV and meteorological and hydrological data. We can discuss further then how we actually try to go beyond these standards, because we realize that despite having for some of these segments standards given by the IMO or other organizations, IALA, at the end of the day, every customer is individual, every customer has a unique system landscape, and we as suppliers need to listen and listen again. We are spending times in the control rooms with our customers to be able to understand what their pain points are at the end of the day, because a proper solution is only possible to create together. So it's a co-creation process, and we value these long-term relationships that we have with our customers. Our mission at Frequentis Maritime is to save lives at sea, make sure that we do our best to secure the safety of navigation and try to mitigate risk and protect the maritime environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrea. So the next one has a huge background, has a holding degree in engineering and an MBA. Also serves on the boards of the Pro Danube and IG River Cruise. He played a key role in EU projects like Grendel and Dionysus. Okay, so we are talking with a representative of river cruise industry, Mr. Radu Komanic.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm very impressed by the very nice presentation, and after all this very high-level technical presentation, here comes now the leisure sector, the cruising, for a little bit relaxing at the end of the panel. But even so, I don't know how to start. Should I press on my presentation? Here it is. Okay. As you see, a nice picture with a nice background. Just starting with a short presentation, because as I meant, it's a leisure sector, but we have also our challenges and have to fulfill expectation of passengers with very high demands, which is increasing year by year. But that's a fact, that's a progress we have to face, we have to cope it. And just to look back in our history, these are the Amadeus River Cruise vessel. They are started as an investment by the Lüftner company from Austria. And at that time, before that, they just chartered ships at that time from Navarom. And they dared the step and start their own investment in '97 with the first river cruise ship. It was a state of the art at that time, and we also made the first cruise from Amsterdam to Constanta in '97. It was a highlight for passengers and all other involved. And starting with that, we then systematically grow the fleet and built over these years over 20 ships. Now we are owning and operating 15 of the Amadeus ships, the older one, which is part of our greening of the fleet and modernization. We sold them out and focusing more on the green technologies. And this is moving to my next slide. Oh, what should I do? Here it is. So, and here I give you some insight about the, let's say, development of the river cruises. And As you see, we have to cope not only with the expectation of the passenger, which gets, if I can say so, spoiled by the competition, and everyone is doing the extra steps, so the next has to follow and do the next step and move forward. And then what we had at the beginning of the cruising, they were glad to have air conditioning on board, but nowadays every vibration, the culinary aspect, everything is very important. The standard raised to a limit where the land operators have problem to cope with the standards from the ship in the culinary part and the hotel direction, and therefore we have to meet also the challenges we have on the rivers, a fairway, the depth of the water, and so on. So we have to look what our former Austrian Commissioner Hahn recommended us to start to not complaining about the fairway, but to adapt our vessel to our to the deep of the fairway existing as it is, and we just try to move in this direction. And as you see, we build the last ships are moving to the greening technology. We built the last ship was a previous ship was a hybrid ship with diesel electric, and next two will be the same, diesel electric with pods. And now the last ship what we built, it was really a pioneering and engineering. It was exhausting, I have to say, from the engineering part. But we made it possible, and I think it will be a milestone for the next. Can you move to the slide back? I don't know what happened. Yes, thank you. It will be a reference for the industry. We just started to make lightweight construction with all the challenges what we had with the steel part, because it's built by high tensile steel. But we were able to reduce 100 tons in the weight, which is resulting in the draft. So at the moment we can say that we have reached for this category of vessel 135 meter and double hull, the ship with the lowest operational draft on inland waterways was 1.3 sailing. So we, let's say, Fairway 2 is doing a great job, but we still have to face the upper Danube, where the political will is not so high. And there we have the level from Felling, which have to be passed by the passengers. And just to see very few insights there, because if you see from we put also, if you put a very low draft, then you still need a propulsion. And by the low draft, the propellers went out of water, so we constructed, which was a new concept, it's a DRF. It's a drag reduction flap, so this is moving then depending with the speed, as a Porsche Cayenne has the last model, and then we adapt it to create the propulsion. And then you see also some here. This is the position of the flap, and what on the right, what you can see there, it's not a modern arm for a Momo, it's the floating of the CFD, the computational fluid dynamics sought by the propeller. As I mentioned, the passenger gets spoiled and they want no vibration, no noise. It should be like a hotel, and then we are fighting, and we got a specialist from the former Ficantieri company, which is specialized in mega yachts, and they assist us. Here you can see this is a finite element analysis of the ship. They brought it in million of pieces and see the vectorial movement of that, and by that they creating critical points where they just try to reduce the natural born noise of the ship and the fire strike order and whatever it is related to the engines. What we made also for that, we just try to integrate AI, machine learning works in the ships. We just build up a dashboard and try to move to the so-called self-autonomous, and I see my colleagues are also fully involved in that self-autonomous driving, and this is striving us to the Green Award certification, which is high certification for the Amsterdam port to be able to dock there. And this is good. Now we are having a dashboard controlling everything. We see everything, and we cooperate with as a learning process with the captains. If they have a near miss or something, then we can analyze to reduce and increase safety and reduce risk. And therefore, I think it's a very good tool which we'll implement. And this tool is actually funded, and it's a cooperation with the Via Donau. And Via Donau promote it as a digitalization process. So it's a European funded project what we made this part, and the expert jury will analyze it in the next weeks and confirm the performance of the system. As I mentioned, the greening is very important, and I will close it because my intervention was longer, but not so long as a waiting time with the Lok Freudenau for the moment, which is not operating so good. But I will pass the micro now to the floor to Mr. Willem de Braal. Mr. Willem de Braal and his companies were involved in the technical development of our ships related to the engines, because we built the diesel electric engines, and he's a real specialist where we are still now facing the problem with the aft treatment. He knows with the RPM was also related to that. You still have to keep the ship under operation even by higher or lower load, but I think he can give you more insight on that, and thank you very much. So Mr. Willem de Braal.
Thank you, Mr. Komanic, and thank you, Pro Danube, for the invitation. Thank you also, Mr. Komanic, for the good collaboration which we have for years and for the nice projects. We are a group of companies based in Romania, Netherlands and Belgium, Antwerp. Also we have a service point in Austria, so we can support our clients from the north to the Black Sea, especially the inland waterway for 80%. Also we are developing together with my colleague Kjeld, who is our transition manager, alternative fuels, hybrid propulsion, electric propulsion, like with Amadeus, which we did successful projects. That's why we are following another 3 vessels. So if you have projects, please contact one of us two in the break. Kjeld, you want to say something about the systems we have?
Yes, I can explain something more. We did an extended test on HVO, what's drop-in fuel for the shipping industry, and that's very important because you don't destroy the capital you have. You have some slight increase of running costs, but you can reduce a lot of CO2 footprint on your fleet with the use of HVO. We as YES had an extended test program with this fuel, and what the producers of the HVO promise you, that's the truth. We find out, and we are also working with some partners also on the methanol side, as well as fuel for engines, as well as the hydrogen carrier in fuel cells, because fuel cells, we know they can do a lot in the energy supply of ships, like also passenger ships, but also the reefer containers on river ships, inland shipping. But the problem is, of course, the storage of the hydrogen, and maybe there's a solution to use, instead of pure hydrogen on 350 bar or 700 bar tanks, you can bunker quite easily methanol and make the hydrogen on demand. So that's what we can do. We have a lot of examples, but please contact us if you want to have a greener ship or a new concept. Maybe we can help you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So let's start the discussion with the bank. I will give you the mic. Okay. So the first question is very simple, and you have to explain a little bit for us the technical details, some technical details. So why methanol?
Yeah, that's a fair question and a very good question. And as I mentioned, we don't have any interest in methanol. We simply try to figure out a way to improve things. And I think we have to work in all aspects. We have to have lighter ships, we have to operate them better, because everything has an impact. But the single thing that has the highest impact on the footprint of shipping is the fuel you use. So then we have to, if we like to improve things truly, we cannot miss that out. We have to find a way to move into another fuel. And then we were, in 2009, we did this project. We were looking for, we were looking for very wide for how to reduce the impact. We were looking for better fuel efficiency, energy-saving devices. We were putting sails on, and waste heat recovery. We tried all those things, and of course they have an impact, but again, the biggest thing is the fuel. And then we do have a fuel, oil-based fuels. The problem is that they are very good. I think diesel is excellent fuel when it comes to operation. And if we like to change, we have to find something that is preferably better, but if it's not better, to at least good. And the problem is we don't see an option that is better than diesel. If there would have been, we have moved over already. But there is certain characteristics we look for in a fuel on a ship. It has to be energy dense. We have to be able to store energy within limited space and weight. We'd rather have it as a liquid rather than a gas or anything else, and a liquid in atmospheric temperature and pressure. Because that saves a lot of trouble when it comes to installation and the logistics and handling and distribution. So then we started to look what's available. Of course, LNG was available at the time, or methane, and you can make methane liquid, but you have to cool it down. And then we simply saw that another way to make methane liquid would be to add an oxygen atom, and then methane becomes methanol. So that was epiphany for us. That was just a way to get the gas into a liquid. So that's where we started, and we saw a lot of benefit with that. And of course, the other great benefit is that you can produce it from many different feedstocks. Of course, you can produce it from natural gas, which is sort of gives you some improvements when it comes to reducing emissions, but it doesn't really help for the greenhouse and the footprint, carbon footprint. And then of course you have to move into renewable bio or e-methanol. And there we can see that there are different options when we move into that direction. Of course, everyone likes to, first we would like to electrify, because then we don't have any emissions at all. And we are all for electrification, battery application, but it's just very limited where you can make that work. The common denominator for applications where you can have electrify with batteries, they use very little energy, and they are not utilized very much. So if you have a small ship that uses little energy and it's not used very much, then it's perfect for battery. But if you have something that has a lot of power need, and when you need to bunker it quick, then battery might not be the best option. Everyone likes to go with hydrogen. Hydrogen is great, of course. We would like to see hydrogen because it's pure. It's really neat, and that's where we start, because we see that the benefits, the beauty of hydrogen. But when you get into the nitty-gritty details, you realize there's a lot of problems with hydrogen. In order to store it in a reasonable space, you have to compress it very high, and you still don't get the energy density you would like. You can, of course, make it liquid, but then you have to cool it to minus 253 degrees, and you can realize that's a complication. So then we saw that, well, hydrogen, but it's really nice, but again, if we add this oxygen atom to the hydrogen, it becomes methanol, and then we have something we can contain. And the other thing, let's say, topic, the hot topic for the last couple of years is ammonia. And we sort of was a little bit puzzled when everyone was promoting ammonia, or we had got that into the mix, because we see that in theory it's nice, because then you have the hydrogen, and you synthesize it with nitrogen, you get ammonia. And the beauty is that when you burn that, you don't get any carbon dioxide, which is sort of easy to understand. But the problem is with ammonia, it's really poisonous. It's really hard to handle, And again, it's not a liquid, it's a gas at atmospheric pressure, so you need to compress it, which is a complication. So I think we have been around, and we see that we will be happy to jump onto another option than methanol, because we don't selling it, we're selling the solutions. But so far we haven't really seen it. If you have any good ideas, please let us know, because we will investigate it. But we'll take it down to the details. We are here, we are implementing in the real ships. We are doing whatever it takes to make this happen. We're developing the engines, so we do get into the details. And when you get into the details, there are some conceptual, beautiful concept that goes away, and you have to stay with the true things that you can practically apply. Long answer.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's very clear. So it's very important that thing that we have to change the fossil fuel. So the question is, which will be the alternative fuel of the future? Based on the safety and security reasons, and based on the economic reasons, and I don't know, bunkering, logistic needs, and so, do you think could methanol be the fuel of the future?
Yes, I do, but I mean, there are certain conditions. I think we have to be forced away from fossil fuel, because that's the fossil fuel is what really is the cheapest that's available. So there have to be incentives to move away from the fossil fuel, and when that happens, we do have these options. But whatever renewable fuel we're looking for, I believe it will be at least twice as expensive as fossil fuel, and that's my guess, my realistic guess. And that means that it's not. I think it's the thing is that you have to have the power to society to move away from the fossil, to accept the additional cost. I think we talked about yesterday about our commitment, our personal commitment, and I believe everyone is in here would sort of be happy to pay twice the cost for fuel just to save the world. But we might not be representative for the rest of everyone or the world. I think in general it's very difficult to make society or people to accept that cost unless they see a very good reason. But when that happens, when we can make that move, when we can convince society, politicians that we have to do it, I think it will sort it out itself, because there will be some of the technologies, some of the fuels that can show a reasonable business case, and then the suppliers of that fuel, they will make sure that there is a logistic chain. They will make sure that that fuel is available. So I think it has happened for LNG because there was a market for it. It will happen with other fuels when the incentive is there. And I'm quite convinced that methanol will be on the top. It might not be the only one. I think biogas will probably be the most cost efficient in certain areas where you have the production, distribution, and consumption. But in general terms, I think methanol has a lot of the criteria that is needed. And I think also one of the benefits is that it's reasonable, easy to arrange the logistics. It's not a technical issue. It's not much of a cost issue. I think right now it's a regulatory issue. And in general, have always heard the comments, there are no rules or are too tough rules for things to happen. We don't really believe in that, because if we have a true project, then we find ways around it. Because in general, everyone likes to see the change. So if you ask an open question, you find all the problems. But if you have a real project and you ask real questions, you will find the individuals that help you out. And maybe you don't get an exception on European Union level immediately, but you can always get exception and make demonstration and make it grow from there. So I don't really see that the argument that there are no rules or too tough rules. that's not really valid, because if there is a will, if there is a reason, that's possible to do pretty much anything. And in particular, there's no any of these fuels we talked about, hydrogen, methanol, ammonia. We can make demonstrations. We can technically, it's not a problem. It's possible, and then it's a matter of which at the end of the day is the best option.
Thank you, Bengt. You give us a lot of details. Thank you very much. So we pass to Costel Mocanu, and I want to ask you about the implications of alternative fuels and new available technologies for the ship design, shipbuilding industry.
This is a very hard question. Regarding what my friend left of me say, okay, it's a lot of discussion also in Galat, Provence Conseil, let's say, regarding the fuel which must be used on board of ships. My personal conclusion, because I work in parallel with the university also in shipbuilding industry, and we have in Norway, because I work for a Norwegian company, in Norway we have to mount a bunker for hydrogen. The problems which appeared there was very, very big because of thickness first, because, okay, you mentioned already, to store hydrogen is very hard. It must be in very high pressure, and in time of consuming that hydrogen on main engine, let's say, the pressure going down. And because of this, we cannot make, let's say, bunkers very thin, yeah, with 50, 60, 80 millimeter. Yeah, that bunker, the tank, let's say, because of less pressure, he reduced the volume, and also he put a very big pressure on the support of the tank, and the support of the tank put a lot of pressure in structure of the ship. Yeah, that means, from my point of view, hydrogen cannot be used on big ships. Maybe on inland, I don't know. If we discuss about methanol, okay, here it's good, but also can be used because was made a lot of economical calculus, and methanol can be used, let's say, on inland vessel more than big ships for the seas, yeah. And HVO and other, the research, it's just on beginning, and economical result, it's not growing this moment very well. That means to have an answer for inland vessel, what kind of propulsion can be used. In my mind, in this moment, I think the hybrid propulsion in this moment, yeah. We did not speak about after 10 years or 20 years, but in this moment, after my personal opinion, the hybrid propulsion on the inland ship, it's the best solution. The best solution, yeah. We can use the generator to put in function the main engine, which is an electrical engine, and a part of the energy done by the generator, which are using traditional fuel, yeah, can be stored in the batteries. Because I work also, we made for in Daman for Rotterdam Harbor, let's say, we made 3 or 4 tugs, electrical one. Yeah, they transport mainly batteries for 20 minutes. Yeah, I was also in Rotterdam, and I see just 20 minutes after that, the tags must to come to the quay to be recharged, to recharge the battery. That means that solution, electrical, full electrical, I think is not one. Yeah, on this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. So, retrofitting or building new ships, what do you think would be more suitable for the eastern part of the Europe, and why?
Because of Danube River, yeah, because we discussed about Danube River. Up to Danube, up to Romania, let's say, the wide of Danube River, it's small, let's say. Here we have, and there it's used, I think, with a good economical reason, it's used barge self-propellered. Yeah, this is okay because of handled. Here we have made a lot of, we put together a lot of barge, and in back of we have a tug. And handled is very hard, but we have also Danube River is wider in compare with western part, and solution I think is that one, yeah, not to have a small barge, 1,500 tons, 3,000 tons, doesn't matter, but with self-propellered, yeah, we have to transport more goods because we have place, let's say, to handle the barge together with tugs.
Yeah, thank you. Besides the environmental protection requirements, what are the economic reasons do you think can support the transition to alternative fuels in order to make it as suitable as possible?
Hard question. Hard question. In this moment, having in consideration the time from the Port de Fier, for example, to go with barge to Agigea port, let's say, it takes 2 days, 3 days sometimes. That means we have to have on the quay in different places on this big distance, let's say, to have all logistic part to can, let's say, load the fuel on the pushers or tugs. That means in this moment, I will make a short history. I think 15 years ago, maybe 20, I don't know, was a project, and Romania was involved together with Austria to take to transfer, let's say, from the traditional fuel to LNG. Yeah, and that project was predicted to build some logistic part somewhere on Danube River on Romania, and also from all the Yugoslavia, Austria, etc. Was involved all the countries aboard of Danube River. And maybe because of economical reason, this project, at least in Romania, was closed. That means in Romania to make in the actual condition, to make the logistic part for charge the tanks of the pushers or tugs with or other ships, self-propellered, let's say, to make that part of logistics, I think it's very costly, and in this moment I don't know if it is possible to do this or not. Yeah, because mainly for economical reason, which are mentioned also from my friend on the left. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think we have the solution for you, because now we will provide, we talked about methanol, but we do have dual fuel. And what we have a dual fuel kit that we can provide to any engine, and then it's methanol, diesel, dual fuel. So you don't have to take the big step. You can take the small step. You can ask us. We will retrofit any diesel engine with a dual fuel kit, so then you get started with methanol, and then you can build your supply. I mean, I understand you don't have methanol supply everywhere, but you can start somewhere. So we make the threshold for the transition very, very, very small in order to get started.
Okay, let me to put a question also. What about the engine? Yeah, we know the friction between piston and cylinder. Yeah, it's assured by the oil from the under, let's say, main engine. Yeah, and also partly from the traditional fuel. Yeah. How will be with methanol? Because then we must invent also other kind of oil to assure the friction between the piston and cylinders.
The engine oil is pretty much the same. And when it comes to the fuel, if it's dual fuel, you still have the diesel for the lubrication. For single methanol engines, then we have an additive, so we add lubrication to the methanol. So it's a fair question, but there is a technical solution to it.
Yeah, because I not find in the books, let's say, the solution to assure that plenty friction.
We provide it. Yeah.
Line 1, standard line 1, 2017, forward and working.
Our design.
Yeah, I know.
So if I understand well, it's something similar with the seagoing vessel, which pass from diesel fuel, from diesel to fuel oil. And
no, not exactly. I mean, the dual fuel, then we have the diesel system and we add on a methanol system, and then you rely on the diesel system as lubrication.
Thank you. So let's move the topic on the remote control vessels. So I will ask you something about the security in operations. Concerning related to jamming and spoofing issues. So taking into account the new geopolitical context, are fully automated vessels secure from a cyber security point of view?
Okay, well, thanks for this question. I would like to explain, to precise the word fully automated vessels before answering properly. So at CIFAR we follow the automation levels that are defined by the Central Commission of the Navigation on the Rhine. And there are 5 levels of automation. The last one, the 5th one, it's full automation. It's also called autonomy. It means really that in the steering, in collision avoidance, and also in the backup performance, the technology can do everything on its own, and the human does not anything. In reality, we are not there, and also it's not even the goal of CIFAR, at least. As I mentioned before, the vision is to centralize, optimize the workforce. So the captains are still there, are still in the loop of the decision making. And nowadays, how we work is at level 2 towards level 3 of automation. What does that mean? It means that we're working at partial automation, where the system can control from a distance the engine and the steering mechanisms, but at the same time there's the remote operator the captain that still takes decisions about the power to the engine, about the direction and the rate of turn. The level 3, which is the next step, gives the technology more power in the decision making, also for collision avoidance. And really the big difference for us would be to pass to a reduced crew operation on board. Because nowadays, at phase 2 of automation, what we do is that the remote operator can take control over the captain that is still on board, so the crew on board is still full. But with level 3, we're aiming at really also leveraging the business case of our technology to reduce the crew. So instead of having the captains on board, you can have the helmsman and the other people part of the crew. So to answer the question, first of all, we don't do the fully automated vessels. We are some steps behind that. But at the same time, of course, the cybersecurity and the security problems are still very valid points for us. And among the sensors that we use, there is the GNSS antennas that can be jammed and spoofed. Also, the AIS can be spoofed. And at this point, for this topic, we received an approval in principle by Bureau Veritas, which is a classification company, and we apply the classic parameters and procedures and techniques to protect us from attacks. That means we use the virtual private networks to connect to the internet and to transfer data to our cloud. Every connection to the internet has the firewalls, and to ensure that the connectivity is there at all times, we can use different networks. So we have antennas for the 4G connectivity, also 5G, and we also do some projects to learn how to use the Starlink connectivity. So, long story short, I would say no. For the moment, we are not 100% secured from a cybersecurity point of view. Also, we don't have the experience of being attacked. So maybe also there's the reason. And at the same time, the project that I mentioned before, Warrant, is really about also security and cybersecurity. So we are really working on, in the upcoming months, we will be working on improving this aspect too. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Currently, how extensive is this field of activity of water transport with remote control and manned vessel? And what barriers have you noticed in its implementation on a large scale?
So today, CIFAR equipped about 40 vessels already. And we're active in Belgium, Netherlands, and Germany. For example, really this year, our
Inland?
client...
Only inland or?
Inland vessels, and there is one project that was for short shore vessels.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. And what was I saying? Yeah. So around 40 vessels in these countries. For example, this year, our client in Germany received the first permit to really use the remote control full crew in the rivers in Germany. And how extensive it is, it depends on the regulations that are present in the areas. For example, in Flanders, in the Flemish region of Belgium, which is the more advanced and open towards this innovation, we finally received the 10 years permit to use the technology, and there's Port of Antwerp authority that is collaborating very tightly with also the Flemish waterway authority, and they adopted very recently this way of working. So instead of requesting each time the permit for the vessel to use the technology in the Port of Antwerp area, we just need to send a message, the notification, and they automatically provide us with the permit. So the process is very, very fast now. In the other countries, so Germany and Netherlands, we still have to apply each time for the permits, and we can just operate full crew, so phase 2 of automation. And one other authority that we talk to is the CCNR, the Central Commission for the Navigation on the Rhine, and we're applying for 6 permits. And also there, the level of automation is the partial automation, so full crew with the remote captain. How extensive can it be? It depends on the connectivity of the area, of the legislation and the legal framework that can allow this technology. And apart from that, there are no other big barriers because the ship owners that their own float, like Dari and GHK, they already bought our technology, and we installed also our remote operation centers. And once that the captains receive their trainings, they're good to go. They basically do the same things just from the distance. There's still a lot of work to do, of course, in the communication part with the onboard crew. But I would say that the main barriers, it's really the legal frameworks that are still incoherent in the different areas, and the willingness of people to try that. Of course, the clients, there are some pioneers, but most of them don't want to try if the regulations don't allow it. So, no.
So the most important barrier is different regulations in different countries.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Andrea, I want to ask you something about the voice communication and how is it in currently working, the voice communication between VTS, Harbour Master, Port Administration, other authorities involved, and what is your company's proposal related to integrated approach and optimized system-to-system information transmission and so on?
Thank you very much for the question. At the moment, from the analysis that we have conducted with our customers, the different systems that are being used are very, very siloed. So there is a system for voice communication that runs parallel with VTS. There is a port management information system. There is a port community system. You have multiple stakeholders in the port as well with different interests, and there is no structured integrated communication. Our proposal within Fragventis is to have a more holistic approach towards these processes in order to make sure that the operators can take fast decisions in time, in order to make sure that information is passed on to the stakeholders based on system-to-system integration, and not only through voice at the end of the day. So what we did in Fragventis, even many, many years ago, before we designed our Matrix solution, was spending with developers, designers, and workflow analysts a lot of time in the control rooms of our customers. A lot of ports, a lot of maritime rescue coordination centers. Sure, the use cases are different, but there are significant similarities. And we tried to identify their pain points. And some of the most important findings were that they need accelerated communication. The communication was slow due to these siloed systems. There was a lot of data handling effort still in this day and age, a lot of manual work, a lot of copy-pasting information from one system to another, a lot of just purely undocumented voice communication, so just through the recording, but that's it. So what we try to do is to make sure that within our systems we fuse the information in such a way that the operators, in whatever role they are, have the information they need at their fingertips, but at the same time they also have a call to action. So for example, if I take the VTS, we don't only have the tactical chart or the GIS information system like many of our competitors, but we integrated all the voice communication on the chart. So at the end of the day, the operator just clicks on the vessel and can initiate communication, either by radio or, of course, if it's under network coverage, also by telephony. This was the first significant step. The second one was to make sure that everything that is happening within VTS, within search and rescue, is as far as possible automatically documented by the system without the operators having to use SharePoint or Word or worse, pen and paper to explain what they did at a certain point in time. And we found this is extremely relevant not only for search and rescue, where incidents, especially with loss of life, are analyzed and you need legal proof documentation to show what has been done, but also for ports. In case of an incident, the port is responsible, needs to take care of all the costs unless it's able to prove how the response was conducted, that who is to blame for an oil spill or any other incident of that case. And the goal was basically to make sure that we provide the information at the fingertips of the operators to facilitate decision making. But this is only possible together, and it's only possible if the different stakeholders are cooperating. It's never the technology or the technical part that is in the way, it's always rather the administrative or regulatory part that can be a challenge.
Thank you. Listening to you, I'm thinking about the AI. Mm-hmm. Do you think we can use AI in this process, or is it too risky?
No, I think that AI is already being used. We use AI in mainly at the moment in two use cases. In our search and rescue systems, for example, we have a so-called search and rescue unit management module, where the system is already able to suggest, based on a location of the incident, the closest available resource, but can also take into consideration dynamic data like the weather. So it can say this helicopter cannot be sent out now because the wind speed is over 80 kilometers per hour. However, this is meant to be a support. So machine learning is always a decision-making support, but the last instance of the decision is in the human's hand, in the operator's hand. So they can say, based on my experience, this helicopter was sent out because this pilot is there and we know he has the experience, and I take the risk. And in the future, we go the next step where basically the system also learns more. We don't have so much data yet from historical operations that the search and rescue units have conducted. And in the vessel traffic service area, Of course, we cooperate with smaller companies specialized on AI to implement their technology in order to optimize the port calls. Because at the moment we rely on AIS, we rely on radar data, but there are so many things that happen on the way, and the information that comes in now is either just per voice or a bit delayed through AIS, and we need to be faster. So we are already implementing this kind of solutions for VTS as well.
So we can get the information from AI with the AI technology, but the final decision have to be in the human being hand.
Always, yes, especially in critical situation. AI is supporting, but the operators decide.
Thank you. So, what can you tell us about the particularities in the incident management and response in ports? How can the cooperation between involved authorities and third parties can be improved?
Mm-hmm. So at the moment, from what we experienced from our customers, there are two different departments handling incident management in ports and vessel traffic services. The only cooperation here is also only by voice. The systems are completely separate.
Okay.
Which is already a challenge, and there is no exchange of information. So for example, if something happens very, very close in the port area, the VTS is the first one that is announced, and the incident manager afterwards. They do not receive the information at the same time. But the incident manager is responsible to fully coordinate the response, contact the authorities based on the incident type that is happening. So our proposal is always, in each port, the setup is very individual. We cannot say that we've seen two similar setups. So I would recommend that first an analysis is conducted either by a supplier or a consultancy company to analyze how the response is taking place at the moment, and then an improvement suggestion can be made with the authority itself, because it's at the end of the day it's the framework, it's the organizational setup, and then it's the system. It's very fast for us as suppliers to go in and say we can transfer this information simultaneously, we can connect the communication systems, but it's not enough. We have to have a basis, an organizational basis first, and I think creating the awareness for this is what is currently challenging in general. However, as I said, the ports are in a situation where if something happens, they have to take the costs for it until they prove who is responsible for an oil spill, for example. So it's in their best interest to be able to have a good information system where this is clearly shown, and be able to have a response where everything is documented. And this is also a significant challenge, that the incident response is still, how can I say, very, very manual. The operators have some procedures that are in PDFs somewhere, but nothing is mapped in any system, so they respond from their operational expertise based on this guidance, but the moment that something happens that deviates from this, it's already questionable how this is handled. So we also propose a system with workflows for a large variety of incident types. If an incident escalates, because it's actually a combination between two incidents, fire on board and then man overboard and things like this, you have to combine these procedures. It's not simple anymore. It's actually quite threatening. Life is at stake. You need to be fast. And we are displaying the workflows already in the systems for the operators to have the guidance in such a stressful situation. And because these procedures have been digitized, everything is then automatically documented against user information and with the corresponding timestamp. So you can basically recreate everything that has happened during the incident. And also the communication that takes place is also part of this, we call it documentation log. So you could really replay every conversation that took place in this incident in a synchronous manner. And this makes a huge difference because in courts, this matters, and then the insurance pays for this particular incident and not the port.
Yeah, thank you. Very useful information. And I'm thinking to change the topic a little bit.
Yeah. Thank you.
To come back to the emissions. No. For you.
For me, the emissions.
From your experience, what do you consider essential for implementing fast and efficient solution for the reduction of GHG emission?
So first of all, I think that we have to start with the port calls and improving the voyage-related information so that the ships are not waiting forever until they can go to their berths. And what we are proposing is an integration between the vessel traffic system with the AI that I mentioned in order to get more accurate information than we get through the sensors that are currently implemented. We also propose having more accurate weather-related data along the voyage routes. And in terms of the integration between VTS and port management system, there have been, for example, Port of Antwerp Bruges is very advanced in this. They already think in these directions. Most of the ports are not there yet. From the VTS, the information has to go automatically to the port management system so that the planning can be conducted accordingly. Where does the ship go? Where does it anchor? Where does it go to berth? And if this is already integrated, then adjustments can be made much easier than if this is not. So at the end of the day, it's about connecting systems and accelerating communication as well. As I said, we tried to integrate our communication solution on the geographical information system that is used for VTS, because this is the main system that VTS operators are looking at, and in regular setups they jump from the communication system to the VTS. In this situation they can communicate with the vessel in a matter of seconds, and this also plays an important role for making sure that they have the accurate information when the vessel is close to the port, and then reducing the waiting periods and therefore the emissions as well.
Thank you very much. Radu, you are still here. Okay, thank you. I'm thinking about the OPS system along the Danube River. So, how can you describe the actual system of OPS in your area of itineraries, let's say? And is this sufficiently developed? Maybe yes, maybe no. Do you know if there are new projects in this field?
Yeah. So yes, OPS, I will come to OPS. It's amazing what's missing in larger parts of the Danube in this case. But I just want to jump back to this part about the fuel of the future, because we're still roaming around and brainstorming to see what the future will bring to us. So it's a very important topic, just to mention it here briefly, and it will be connected also to the OPS finally, because it's an interconnection to that. So what we speak at from engineering point of view, and for the displacement of the ship and propulsion, what really counts here, it's actually the energy density, if you need it. Energy density, what can you achieve in kilojoule or whatever, transformed from 1 liter or 1 cube from something to the propeller, what moves to the propeller, yeah? And in this case, diesel has a high energy density, I think so. Methanol is also a solution. And moving back to the hybrid solution. The hybrid solution, it's not only, because we learn it, you know, I've been very strong criticized, ironically, internally and externally, as I decided with the CEO to make the first investment in the hybrid system concept ship. Because what you need it, so it's a waste of time, and finally the cost will be higher. But it's not about only that, because it's not only to sail electrically. Even so, you can sail the 20 minutes, but it's more if you have a very wise PMS power management system. It's about the peak shaving. Peak shaving, it's actually to take the peaks of the engine and take over, so you keep the support, the boosting of the system where you need it. And meanwhile, you can go on a lower load of the engine. So you mean if you have 4 engines on board sometimes, and you go downstream and upstream. I mean now river related, not sea going. So it's something else there, you know. And then if you go downstream, you can even sail sometimes with 2 or even 1 engine, because you have the stream, which is, and you have the peak shaving from the battery, which is giving you the support. And this is connect me to the OPS, yeah. And therefore we have to think like that. That finally, where our own captain said, okay, that's no go, I will not go on the ship, they came to us to say, I'm really amazed. I have been on former diesel electric ship, and this one it really works because it had a very good integrated PMS. So altogether, it has to bring a realistic model. And this is also coming, whatever it will come for the industry, if it's methanol, if it's hydrogen, if it's whatever it is, yeah? It has to be the model. The theoretical model has to be multiplied on feasibility on the field, in the operation, you know, because you will need, where you take methanol, where you take LNG. LNG, it was also a huge question before. This will be the future, yeah. And the next is, what is industry able to do with that? Because if you moving to the energy density to load it, because if you have no loading points, then you have to take enough quantity on board, and this is to be sacrificed in the volume. Volume for us means cabin, so we have to sacrifice cabin. If you sacrifice cabin, less capacity, less earnings, and this is not so motivating. Okay, we are very environmentally oriented as all others, but it has to be bundled effect for all sides. So coming to OPS. OPS, it's great, but it's good to have it there in the right dimension in the power and the supply. The idea is we had very less initiatives on, I mean, it's right now on the entire Danube, yeah, from Regensburg to downstream. So the density is higher in the German part. It's some presence in the Austrian, and it starts missing downstream. Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Serbia, you can forget it. You don't have it, yeah? So there are some connection points electrically, and the problem is the port administration still do not understand what the needs are. They say, okay, you can have a socket there, you can put the ship in there, yeah? But we need for one ship 400 kVA, yeah? 400 kilowatt for one, yeah? And usually you have 2 ships in the port, yeah? So
you need more power.
We need more power, and we need them at all to have them there, to have it. And the idea is it should be an incentive, in my opinion. It should be an incentive as started in the Netherlands, in the Rotterdam and Amsterdam. So if you have any way to plug in, the idea is the river cruise ships are green ambassadors. They are fully oriented to environment. The question is a port also able to cope with that? Because all the ships have the power lock, all the ships have the possibility to take over the energy. The idea is if the port is ready to deliver this to the ships, and not only to the cruise ships in general, yeah? And coming back to the incentives, it should be a form as Austria, for example, started in Linz for the winter harbor to put energy supply, and then you are obliged to take energy, of course, from shore, yeah? But the price, if you make the calculation from consuming diesel and taking the energy, the price is much higher, so it's not motivating. And people try, and the industry it's creating an avoidance process. Why should I stay there? I have even to pay more and no incentive. So it should say, okay, you are coming here, we put you a green platform, you adjust to the green platform, and you have at least the same price as you would running your engines to make it able. Maybe to have the same level, not to pay more for something. If you have a diesel hybrid ship, it's at least 2 to 3 million euro more. Yeah, we invested in that, but the payback it's only our good reputation, and it's only about good reputation. But reputation is there because the passengers are asking, we want environmentally friendly ships, and they are booking more with higher appetite in this direction. But it has to be an overarching process, and all the port administration operators should listen and try to communicate with us, with operators.
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting. I'm afraid I represent the port. Thank you. But in terms of, I don't know exactly, the passengers' behavior and something, do you think green vessel attract more passengers?
Yes, as I mentioned before, yeah, they attract new. But we are looking actually to make not only the diesel hybrid. That's one of the concepts. That's for the propulsion. But we are looking more into find other greening solutions. So we are aiming since a couple of years that we start to green our fleet and to move forward for this reducing energy consumption, reducing emissions in all possible ways. So it's not only the engines, but we are going only on the modern HVAC system. There's air conditioning and heating on board, and to make it in a wise way to go on spot and to based on the enthalpy calculation to create the climatic comfort, but reducing in the same time the energy consumption. We take over and recover the energy from the engines by the exhaust. We recover the energy and reinduce it in the ship. We move to LED with lower consumption in a way to make it. We recover whatever it's possible, and we are really looking into this impact to the nature. Yeah, 50 years before I didn't even know that the ship has a sewage plant. Now we are haunted by the authorities in every corner if we exceed the COD and the BOD. I don't want to give insight to that, but it's let's say the demand is increasing on both sides, and the passengers are aware, and they really do the step. If you have the option to book there or here, they go for the green solution.
Yeah, thank you. Can you tell us more about your projects? Yeah, together with Mr. De Braal, and what are going to invest in this business?
I think with Mr. De Braal and all others, we are building a synergy in the ship construction, because it's a bidirectional process. So we would like to achieve, and they will say what's possible, and together we find solutions. That's always what it's to be handled, because it's only if you move back for a ship, it's not so easy, because the schedules, it's not like a cargo. You give full power and then you have to go from point A to point B. There's sometimes you're sailing on the Main or on the Danube, where between the locks where the power is decreasing, and if the power is too less decreasing, then you have a problem on the F treatment system, the ACR, DPF, whatever they are called, and then they are clogged, and you have to pay huge amounts for that. And then we are cooperating to find together solutions related to the engines and related to the right dimensioning of the engines, because you see, it's only these. What's nice on paper, it's not only in reality very good, because if you put on paper, I can sail with a ship with 2 engines, because my formula admits it's possible. If you are going upstream from I don't know, from Braila or from Giurgiu to upstream by high water, then with with low power you can forget it. You go again downstream. So you really need it, and you have to face the realities, and therefore we are focusing on this project. And I think for the moment we are relaxing because we already built the next generation, the ship which is a brand mark for the industry with the lowest draft, with a high tensile light construction. It was not easy. It was really a huge project. All participants involved had to go the extra miles, some less, some more, whatever. We achieved it. We made it possible. But for the moment, we are looking now for the greening and the hybrid systems.
Thank you. Other problems which you confront in the operational area, in tariffs? I don't know exactly.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, it's generally known actually. The cruise sector has started as a number, as a joke, compared to the 90 years, from 30, 40 vessels. And it multiplied in numbers. So now, for the moment, you have over 410 cruise vessels, another 20 in construction, and it will continually increase because it's boosting. The river cruise industry is really boosting. The Americans, everyone wants to be there, wants to see it. From Australia, from all over the world, Asia is coming very strong. Chinese people are coming now. We have charter with Chinese passengers. And they are really eager and want to come to Europe and to the Danube and to make the so-called across Europe in 2 weeks to see the entire Europe if it's possible. And it's good from this point of view. But if you see, I just give you the number increased exponentially, but the infrastructure is still the same. The infrastructure is still the same because it is there. You cannot, the locks are still the same locks. Locks have the same number of chambers, and the number of chambers, if we hope, are all in operation. Sometimes not, sometimes less. And I think this is something which has to be considered. It has to be considered on the very higher level, on the strategy part of the direction in charge for that, the policy makers, what to do to cope with that, because it's not only the river cruise industry, but the navigation at all, and how we try to smooth operation, how we can to improve them, how we can make it ready. And what I see as yes, it's very interesting. We have to motivate them to come, because the problem is what they do not understand. They see the ship, the cruise ship, as a collecting point. So they have the money, they should pay for that. They are coming to this port. They should be charged because they have the people on board, they have the money, and that's it. But they do not understand. It's only and we have been involved in many projects of destination development. We developed a lot of destinations on the Danube, and not only there. In the Danube Delta as well, we just created a new channel flowing for the river cruise industry.
So it's a whole process to choose the destinations.
Yeah. We just invented the destination. So we have been the first ship cruising on the, just you are mentioning, on the St. George Channel, yeah, and there we promoted and it has been supported at that time by the Ministry of Transport. I don't know who was in charge. They built such kind of a docking place. And then we just built an operational point with a special small fleet to visit the Danube Delta, to have a really impression of this fauna and flora of the Danube Delta. And following us was the entire industry. So the most ships sailed in this direction as long as it was possible before the droning are visiting this part. So that we have to cut back and move to another point. And we have been one of the first sailing to Constanta in '97, and we promote it, yeah. But at one moment we reached a point where they say the level of cost is too high. And what we mentioned, you know, and if you look for a ship, cruise ship coming to Constanta, your port, you're in charge. And
you have to pass the canal also.
Yeah, but
Raise
that's a fact, you know. And everyone, it's a chain of let's say, service providers. It's a channel, it's a port, it's administration, it's whatever, yeah. But you put it all together, the cost for a ship is more or less 8,000 euros. 8,000 euros just to reach the port of Constanța. And again, they do not make a, let's say, difference between a cargo ship and a river cruise ship. The idea was many years before, as I mentioned it to the Ministry of Transport, they say, but we have to repair the lock, we have to do that. You see, for them it's an option, they don't have to be there. Yeah, they could be there. They don't have to bring the cereals or whatever to the port of Constanța. They come, they visit, and what they do not see, the cruise ships are bringing passengers, the passengers are bringing spending power, and spending power is bringing regional development and whatever it's been following this direction. This, you just ignore it, yeah? And this has to be, say, okay, and if you speak with them, say, okay, but I have only a slide of the cake. I charge only that, and I even reduce it with 10%. But at the end of the day, you pay 8,000 euros. And if you go and stop in Černá we pay only 300 euros. And then you can ask which cake they choose, the cake from Černá or the cake from Constanța. And maybe you still have ships coming here, but the potential is much more than that. It can be increased exponentially. It's just a hint for you. And coming to the next operational challenges, what we have on the lower Danube here, and as I can see it, it's for us, and I mentioned it during the fairway process, I think everyone tried to achieve something, but what it's missing, I think, this connection of consultancy or involving the so-called stakeholder management. The stakeholder management is a very easy and expressed in simple words. Just ask him what he needs, which is the end user. He's the end user. Okay, what do you need? I need this and that. And not just start constructing. It's like ordering the furniture before you see the room or something like that. Yeah. So you have to see the ships and what happened. And I mentioned in Turnul Măgurele, which is a bottleneck, which is a very important connection point. They just built a project of over 10 million euros. And oriented, it's paradoxically oriented to also developing not only cargo but also tourism. And it went in a totally, unfortunately, wrong direction. So it's meant only for small boats. And the industry, the experts of the industry, raised the red flag at the moment. So you will not be able to accommodate 135-meter river cruise ships. And say, no, we will see, we will manage. And that when we said they didn't even start the construction. And they say, now it's too late because the old engineers get lost and they are new and we have to move on. And at the end of the day, the reality is we cannot dock. Or if we can dock there, it's like docking a bus in a bicycle spot. So we don't have to, it's not possible, just to make a comparison to that, yeah? So the idea is, and what is very, very frustrating for us, to see that you see how destination get lost. And it's getting lost with European funding. And this is what we really don't understand, this paradox, you know. I don't know who's in charge, where were the problem, what happened, but this is the final situation. But we are still trying to promote as much possible. We are trying to support of them. But the idea is to bring us to the table and not us, the industry, I mean, and to discuss and to exchange information. This should be very important in my opinion.
Thank you. So if you don't have something to add, we can take some questions from audience.
Until the first question, then you have the priority. There are some on the online.
Thank you very much. Bengt, how can we convince the ship owners on Danube to choose a dual fuel methanol engine instead of a stage 5 diesel engine which can run on HVO? From our personal experience at Via Donau, we are operating a vessel since September 23 on HVO 100, and we achieved emission reduction on the well-to-wake approach of about 85% of CO2. Can you go beyond this?
good question. And I have some selective hearing. I listen to radio. I hear a lot of opportunities, not a lot of problems for us. Because I'm happy to hear that it's expensive to operate a cruise ship, and it's not maybe the fuel that is the critical cost for the cruise ships. There's a lot of other costs. But and I think the key is that everyone has to build a business case. HVO it's a great quick fix, but HVO will not be let's say a general universal fix, because there is simply not enough HVO available for us. I think eventually, when things sorted out, I think HVO is too valuable for use for shipping operations. That will be used eventually for a sustainable air fuel. I think all HVO will go that direction. So I think we will simply, it will not be available for you. So then you have to look for alternatives. And I think methanol is still, I hear a lot of possibilities there. In particular, when we look into stage 5, because we see, you mentioned the problem with the SCR, with the particle filters. The methanol engines, the pure methanol engine will fulfill those requirements without after treatment system. So I think that's also a way that we have possibilities where you cannot refit a ship with a stage 5 diesel engine because of the limited space or limited space. You can refit it with a methanol engine because you didn't need after treatment system. And I think there's also the challenge with where to store the fuel. I think we haven't. It was mentioned that some ships will not be suitable for methanol. I take that challenge because I think we haven't seen a ship we haven't been able to convert to methanol. So that was a number of different answers to your questions, but I think what your basic question on HVO, I think the quick fix is HVO. We can't argue that, but it's not a sustainable long-term fix because it's not possible to scale up the production of HVO. The HVO will be limited, and we have to look for other options.
Well, thank you very much, Manfred Seitz, Danube Commission. There would be a lot to say on this issue, and because it's so much to say, we have scheduled a half-a-day meeting on the 3rd of November in the Danube Commission in the framework of the Platina 4 project. 2 hours we will talk about transition to HVO, because this is also part of our midterm strategy, because the Danube Commission has elaborated now in 2 workshops with the stakeholders from the industry, from the member states, also a roadmap for greening of the Danube fleet, and for the big pushers, indeed, I think it's the nearest option, nearest 2030, 2035, because it's also not now and not tomorrow, will be a drop-in fuel, and at the moment it looks like it's HVO, but all will depend on the economic framework conditions, because in yesterday's presentation also from the Synergetic project, Martin Kispel has shown the TCO model, and in the end it's an economic decision, and operators take economic decisions, and they are not acting based on wishful thinking. Wishful thinking we see sometimes quite often on the political level, but economic enterprises are based on economic decisions. So we have to shape the economic divisions, the framework conditions into the making available alternative fuels, economically viable, and then we also have to make them available. So that's also, I think, an issue why we are also looking, despite in our roadmap, we will say for the big pushers, HVO is the starting point, and also for the small vessels, battery electric is more or less for the shorter period of time the way to go. If we all are able, all the member states together with the European Commission are able to create the economic framework conditions, so, and have the regulations then in place. For a midterm perspective, I think we're also looking into methanol. That's why 2 hours we will dedicate also to this issue, despite knowing that methanol is not yet let's say, fuel for inland navigation. We do not have the regulation, but we also would like to push the authorities into this direction, because there's one reason also methanol. Okay, we will have to look. Will it be available at also these volumes as a green methanol? Okay, also some questions, but nevertheless, there's a tendency. What we see also, and we will elaborate also with the Methanol Institute as one of our speakers. It is now coming forcefully into the maritime world. Yeah? So when we have methanol in each maritime port for bunkering, okay, this makes the fuel available. Yeah? I think that is also something what we will have to factor in. But please, if you're interested in greening the Danube fleet and the technical options, status, what is realistic, then on the 3rd of November in Budapest, and on the 4th of November we go a little bit deeper in some details, EU label and also the TCO model refined in the details. So please come and see us. Thank you.
Then I read now the question from the online participants. I think it relates to the CFAR and Frequentis presentations. Can all those digital data that you have, AIS, name it VHF, can be used to support somehow waterway managers on the rivers to create better conditions or to plan better? That's the question from the online audience, and actually also a question of Pro Danube. We have a lot of data from the past years. Maybe, or can those be used for optimizing fairway conditions or support the fairway managers? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the questions. I would like to be sure that I understand correctly. So, of all the data that we collect, can they be used to enhance the infrastructure of the rivers or the water management?
If I translate the question to the pure Pro Danube part, we think that there are a bunch of data gathered in the past 20 years since AIS is used on the inland waterways. Of course, we need to anonymize those without any kind of ship names and unique identifiers. But we see a lot of trajectories on the waterways, inside the fairway, inside the waterway, approaching ports, approaching locks. Can those be used as kind of big data to be analyzed? Where are the critical spots? I think your captains also see via the cameras as well. Can those be used to feed into the work of and optimize fairway conditions?
Wow, yeah, it's true that we have a lot of data, and we just started doing the big data analysis actually very recently, so it's also for us a learning path, and the data that we collect for now, it's mainly shared with the regulations authority, so that we can show that the operations that we do, they're safe, they basically work as the onboard operations, and wow, I would not say that right now we can share it with the waterway management organizations openly, at least, but definitely it would be interesting for us, for our captains, first of all, to see if the technology has difficulties and challenges in specific areas of the rivers or under certain weather conditions, of course. Yeah. Thanks.
I can help a little bit if you. So all that systems is dedicated for vessel. If you intend to use the camera or from the vessel to see what is in the area and something like that to use by a VTS or others, we have to need to take the permission, because first of all we think we have to think of the security reasons. You have to allow to use that information that was built, that was designed for a vessel, for that vessel. So, in my opinion, I think we can use that, but we have to be very carefully who will use and in with what purpose, because you know the bad guys are here. Thank you.
From a Frequentis perspective, I fully agree with my colleagues. We have this data, but the data belongs to the customer. It's the AIS information that we get from the shore base stations. It's the camera information from their CCTV infrastructure on shore. If we get these permissions, I believe that we can anonymize it, and we can make a lot of analysis and optimize the route management in general. I think you can notice the problematic points. You can include different aids to navigation in this area, potentially also change the route to avoid these critical points. So from a technical perspective, this is possible, but we need the corresponding permissions. And I think usually from what I have experienced in the past, research projects where all these organizations are involved are the best platform to conduct such innovations. Yeah. And this is a really important point. This has to then be visible in the river information systems of these organizations operationally. I've seen that usually in many cases it stops at the research level, but we really need to take this step further and portray what we have learned in the operational systems of these organizations and potentially also others.
Okay, if there are not more questions, if not.
Maria Chiara, during my career at sea, I faced several times when the servers of the ship broke down and several other situations when we had a blackout. How do you tackle this sort of situations? And second aspect, actually second question would be, there's a lot more to the captain's job besides the navigation. There's paperwork, there's surveying of the loading and discharging operation. How do you replace these components? Thank you.
Yeah, nice question. So when the connectivity is lost, which happens frequently, unfortunately, we put in place a procedure where the vessel, among all the other equipment, is also equipped with an emergency stop. So the onboard crew, as soon as they recognize that the remote operator is not steering the vessel, they can push the emergency stop and take control again on board. So that's how it works.
You have to have a crew with a certain qualification of
yes.
To act in such a situation.
Yes, true. Yeah, true. And that's why a lot of discussions are going on and studies also with the HAZOP methodologies to understand how the crew can be reduced in a safe way and how the helmsman can take control instead of the captain on board. For the loading and unloading part, I did not understand completely the point that you wanted to say, but for what I understood is that normally the captain moors the vessel and then the other people do the operations of loading and unloading, so the remote operator can do the same. And for the paperwork, still the remote operator does it, just not on board. He does it in the office. I don't know if you want to add.
I want to complete just 1 minute to the practitioner side about this AI and you mentioned the blackout, what is happening. The idea is, unfortunately, we didn't have any blackout on the diesel hybrid system, which is very, very great compared to previous projects from others. But this it's based on the power management system, but related to this AI system, what we installed as well here from shipping technology in this case. It's not only about the system, you really have to a little bit change the mindset of the users. I speak for the captain. So all the captain, because we install them in an automatically track pilot, which is following the line. And sometimes I went in the wheelhouse and I asked him if he was trying to focus and using the manual pilot. I said, what are you doing there? You have a truck pilot. I just don't trust this modern technology. I take the traditional way. I trust it more. Yeah. And afterwards we stay behind. So please try it. And so, and they were amazed. And they came to me. It's really working. It's huge. You know. So you have to a little bit to change the mindset of the newer generation. Has no problem with it, but the olders are a little bit. And this is really helping. You know. And it's good if you try to convince them about that. This hold on position. If they stay in front of the log 5 hours, they have to wait in front of the log 5 hours. They just move one button. It's moving by the GPS and hold the position on the spot. And this is really relaxing for the user. So that's my input. Sorry.
Good. So, please, yeah. Last one, absolutely last one.
I'm not quite an expert in your field, but I'm just thinking about the people. You know, to be a sailor, even in inland or on the sea water, it's a vocational job. So if you are taking out from this the captain is in fact the supreme authority on a vessel. For many years and many decades, it's responsible for the life for the cargo, for everything. So for a young people, which is going to be the example, the model which should be followed, a computer operator. Because, you know, if I am choosing, you know, to be a sailor, if I want to make a career, so I can make a career, but I remain only a crew member. I will never be a captain because the captain is replaced. It's just a question. You are looking to replace the most expensive one, or what is the meaning to take out the captain and to keep the crew? It's just a question. Thinking about a fact and starting from the point that to be a sailor, it's a vocational job. Thank you.
Yeah, those are really good points. And indeed, really this year we host a researcher from Erasmus University, I think. She really did this research of asking our remote operators how do they feel about this new kind of job, which basically remains the same because they always have to keep in mind before their eyes the same parameters and monitor the situation and take decision on the route. Just that they're not there, they're just behind some screens. And the reality is that less and less people decide to become sailors and captains. So that's a solution. Why people do not decide to become captains? Because they don't want to spend days and days away from home, and being able to work 8 hours like a normal person at the office and go back home the same day to stay with your family, it's a big added value, and that's actually the main reason why some captains, young and also old, decide to switch, to say, okay, let's go to the other side and try this new technology, because once that you feel that you really can spend your evenings with your family, it changes it changes the life. I don't know.
Just very brief. So the systems, this modernizing system, what you mentioned before, it's actually an assistance supporting tool, and at least for a decade, I suppose, from now on, not a replacing tool. So they will not replace the person in charge, the captain, which is a master of the ship, and it will not hinder at all the vocational program of the young generation, because the young generation is eager on such kind of new system. I see it from my sons, you know, they are really interested in this kind. And if you bring such kind of tools to them, that it's an attractive point to them to see I can operate digitally. Competence of the kids, it's higher as we have it, from my case, for example. Yeah, and this would be the future, I think so. And for the growing up of the crew, we have also a vocational program. We're creating mentoring. We go to the schools. We are striving to have the crew on board, and we take the sailors, and we have, I think, not hundreds, but many, which we built from the sailor position to the captain position. And in the room, it's actually my nautical director. He started as a sailor 25 years before with us, and now he's a nautical director of the entire fleet. So we have a vocational program in this direction.
So, Mr. Director, after the convoy passed the Cernavoda lock, the captain can take the rest hours up to the Agigea, 64 kilometers. Someone else will take the ship command.
Yes, thank you very much for your comment. And I also grew up with Jules Verne literature, yeah. But please just stay for one more second, because I do something what I should not do, but I do it. I made some notes during this discussion. They're looking like this, yeah. They are looking so complex as these questions, or as your answers have been to the different questions asked. And I try to somehow summarize what I understood out of the discussion. So I take this liberty to try and summarize for 2-3 minutes what I understood. First, Doro and Christian, I think sometimes we make life too scientific and we question too much instead of we are just trying something. Of course, life and safety goes first, but I think we should be more open to technologies and not limited by regulations, by am I who I am an authority, I can do things like that. That was not personally meant, it is just a comment generally because you mentioned it during your discussions. Maria was talking then about fragmented regulations, even from country to country, and even going down then in the country to the counties which are more open to technologies and which are less open to technologies. And of course, the more we come to the Danube, the less we are generally open to new technologies in general. Then Andrea was talking about, I tried now to find all the different bits and parts, what I put it somewhere, was talking about that it's all about, and mentioning that it's all about communication and data, and it is at the end, and we should take a holistic approach, as you said, and I think that is very, very true. Where Costel was then mentioning, but shipbuilding can, what I understood, we can build anything what you want. You just have to tell us what you want to have, and in order for us to learn to work with the technology, we can work together with engine developers, with technology developers in installing everything what we want to have. Then Bengt was with a comment about methanol, which is a good alternative to diesel, and he said that we will end up at 2 times the diesel price plus minus when your projections are correct for the methanol. Yeah, and you were talking about incentives, and the same was doing actually also Rado, talking about the incentives and your biggest trouble which you have, which is the nautical bottlenecks, which really limits the shipbuilding in one or the other way. When I summarize that now, Rado, I mean, you're still in a very favorable position, because river cruising, the customers you have, they're willing to go this, they are willing to pay a little bit more for having it that comfortable as they are used to be, or as they are used to have it in the hotel. In the cargo transportation sector, we don't have these opportunities, right? So cost is everything here. So if it is 10 cents less, customer will book with somebody else. Incentives, which was mentioned, is good, but I think competition is sometimes better. I think we have to consider if we don't open up the markets. Why do I say that? Because total cost of ownership is everything to a ship owner and to the industry. Total cost of ownership means that we have to find a fuel, that we have to find a technology, and that goes back now to the total cost of ownership. It is assets, it's people, and it is the fuel itself at the end which define total cost of ownership. So I think we have to find a way in the future, and that must be very fast, to find the optimum way how we go forward with our industry. I think this is very important, because the trucks are delivering fantastic results in Germany, in France, in the Netherlands, with total cost of ownership of battery electric trucks, which are going every day 400, 500, 600. They're reaching 800 kilometers in the moment. And the first results, not the results from the EU, from studies or whatever, but the first results from freight forwarders show the total cost of ownership is minus 20 to minus 30%. And that's a real threat to our industry. And if we are not combating with that, we will have it very difficult in the future. So, now that was my remarks. So thank you very much for this panel. Thank you very much, Doro, for steering the panel. And now I would like to turn, because in the forefront of the preparations to the Danube Port Days, we were asked if we cannot bring something new sometimes also to the table here, to the audience, which I'm looking now in direction of the Danube Commission. Yes, you put something in live, linking Turkey with Danube. So I think this is a very fantastic initiative. It gives the opportunity for the Danube to find something new. And that's why I would like to call Mr. Kadir Çirkin, Vice President, Chairman of the Executive Committee of the International Transporters Association of Turkey, to give a short presentation about the opportunities you see, which we are having with Turkey and the Danube. Thank you very much. Yes.
And we kindly ask the panelists first, the audience, for a huge applause to the panelists and Doru. Thank you for the preparations and answering all the questions. Please take your seats here in the first row, and then you can have a seat in a second in one of the middle chairs. And I think you have the pointer already, so the 10 minutes is yours, as promised. Yes.
It will take maximum 7 or 8 minutes. I know that everybody is.
And don't worry, we will prolong the coffee break for a few minutes. So 10:50.
So, does it work?
You got your 10 minutes.
Okay, maximum 10 for sure. Great. First of all, distinguished participants, valuable colleagues, I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to speak this important gathering, which brings together key stakeholders shaping the future of the international transport. Turkey today at the strategic crossroads of the Asia, Europe, Middle East, and North Africa. Our country is not only a bridge between continents, but also dynamic logistic hub that proven its resilience faced to geographical and economical disruptions. In 2024, Over 2 million international track trips were conducted from Turkey, contributing $107 billion export value. These figures are not just numbers. They reflect Turkey's expanding logistical footprint and role of ensuring interrupted flow trade between West and East. Looking forward to Turkey's vision of to evolve in a regional logistic power capable of not only transporting goods but also setting standards in sustainability, digitalization, and border efficiency. The Middle Corridor initiative and growing investment in the international infrastructure demonstrate our commitment to a more integrated, competitive, and environmentally responsible transport network. However, reaching this vision figures political will and the regulatory alignment, especially across Europe, where we aim to be seen not only a trade partner, but also a cool stakeholder shaping the future of the global supply chain. One of the most recent and critical examples of the vision of the action is Karasu-Constanta Rorolan, which directly connects the Turkish and Romanian coast across the Black Sea route. Its reduced procedure on already congested land borders, shortened delivery times, offers an efficient and eco-friendly alternative for trade between Turkey and EU. The realization of the regularization of this maritime corridor is a testament of the strategic cooperation between our nation and signal of what we can achieve with shared vision of the commitment. However, realizing this vision fully requires political will and the regulatory alignment. Especially across Europe, we aim to be seen not only as a trade partner, but also a cool stakeholder in shaping the future of the global chains. Despite the critical role they play, our international hauliers and the drivers continue face monitoring challenges. Firstly, quota and permit limitations. Bilateral and multilateral transit restriction severely hinder operational efficiency despite Turkey being one of the EU's top non-member trade partners. Secondly, visa difficulties for drivers. Turkish drivers often struggle to obtain Schengen visa, facing disruption, delays, and rejections. This undermines both delivery and reliability and the driver morale. Thirdly, custom inefficiency and digital bureaucracy. While digitalization is essential, implementation across the borders leads to long delays and disputes, especially at all entry points. And lastly, driver shortage and the aging workforce. Coupled with increasing regulatory burdens, the professions becoming less attractive to young generation. As a conclusion, Turkey's international transport sector stands ready to play a greater role, but requires equitable treatment, more open market, access and mutual recognition for our drivers, contribution to European and global trade. Thank you for the floor. If you have any question, I am ready to answer, and I don't want to take too much time for the coffee break.
Thank you very much. And stepping in for a second, as promised, we will now have the coffee break a bit prolonged. So let's have half an hour coffee break and let's meet at 11:50 sharp back in the room. Thank you. And we kindly ask the panelists of the second panel to also take the seat to gain some time. Take the seat already when coming back after the coffee break. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Now I get personal. Mr. Seitz, Bank Tramne, take your seats. No. All right. Good. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for returning back to your chairs. It's the last session of the 8th Danube Ports Days, and this panel here is going to be about logistics. And when it is all about logistics, then we could have nobody better than moderating this panel, Mr. Antonio Stoyan, who has a tremendous experience in logistics and was working for many, many years in the river navigation sector and responsible for transporting. And nowadays, he brings with him and is working with the Danube Commission and brings with him an enormous experience as well from the solidarity lanes. So the questions when we are speaking in the next 2 hours about logistics is what lessons did we learn, or which lessons do we have to learn, and what are the opportunities ahead for us in logistics. Tony, the panel is yours. Please moderate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Herr Fried, for the nice words and for the introduction. So, my name is Antonio Stoyan, and I work for 3 years for the Danube Commission, for the Danube Solidarity Lane. Before that, I worked 30 years in the private sector. That's why my experience with Danube Commission was tremendous in the past 3 years. Coming with a background of 30 years in the private companies, it was the time for me also to face the other part of the world and to contact the administrations and the authorities. And I could say that I got a better balanced view on what's happening, not only in the market, but also on the side of the administrations. Okay, it's not still that balanced with 30 years in private sector and 3 years having contact with administrations and authorities. And this you can see also in the panel, because you have 4 private companies and 1 administration. So still this balance continues. The topic that we have chosen for today is a very generous one. We speak in general about logistics. We've heard yesterday and in the morning session a lot of presentations and with innovative ideas, but at the end we have to return to the roots, to the market, to the end users, to the logistics players, and also to listen to them, because innovation is nice, but life is difficult. So let's listen to them, and for that, this panel is structured in 3 parts. We have to look a little bit in the past to see what kind of lessons we have learned from the past 3 years or 5 years, because I may say from the pandemics to the current days, we are facing everyday challenges in, I don't know, economical pressures, political shifts, geostrategical repositioning, which were all remodeling the logistics flows. And this is something that happens also almost every day. We wanted to listen from the best experts that we have invited today from the leading companies, what was their experience, what lessons they have learned, how they can apply these lessons in our today's world, and then to jump a little bit, having a future perspective, to understand how this innovation and all the ideas which were presented this morning could be implemented if there is an ability of this companies to implement that, if there is a will for that, if there are financial resources, and how this will impact. So this is basically the structure of, or the topic of today. A little bit about the structure. So we will let first our guests to introduce themselves and the companies they represent. And then we will jump into a session of questions. I prepared a list of ideas following the topic that I presented. But in my opinion, I want it to be a very democratic panel, so everybody in the crowd can address any question, and of course, also the panelists can intervene to each other just to underline or to highlight any kind of important or significant idea. So you are invited to participate along with us, with the panelists. And with that said, let me start first by introducing Mr. Romeo Soare, who is the General Director of AFDG, the Lower Danube Administration in Giurgiu. A very good expert and a person that the industry can rely on, and we are happy to have him here. I will leave him to introduce himself and the activity of AFDG. Thank you. Romeo?
Thank you very much, Antonio. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very honored to be here in front of you. Good day from my side. I'm working for the River Administration of the Lower Danube, who is the waterway administration in Romania. And I very appreciate this approach to have a very open discussion here and to try to provide you information about inland navigation in Romania, what is our strategy, a strategy for AFDG, but also strategy for the Ministry of Transport, and our cooperation with other waterway administration from other Danube countries, from Austria to Black Sea. Thank you very much once again for the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation. My name is Sorin Kinda. I'm Vice President of Grampet Group, and I'm responsible for railway transportation and logistics inside our group. A few words about me. I was working, like Mr. Stoyan said, 16 years in state companies, railway companies, and then since 20 years I'm working in private sector. Grampet Group, it's a few words about it. It's a family business focused on railway business, and here we said about 7 operators, railway operators in Romania and neighbors country, 20,000 wagons as fleet, 400 locomotives, 7,000 employees, 400 million turnover. This is roughly, of course, details are a lot, and I will be happy if there are questions about it to discuss about it. Thank you.
Good day. Firstly, I would like to thank you for the invitation on behalf of DPL Constanța. My name is Marian Dragoi. I'm General Manager of DPL Constanța. I'm in the port industry since 30 years already, with DP World since 2004, 21 years only in operations, and recently appointed as a General Manager. DP Constanța is a part of DP World Group. DP World Group has a presence globally around 79 countries and is present in 4, I would say, important areas: port marine operations, marine services, free zones, and logistics. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Dan Dolgin. Actually, I'm a last-minute replacement because in this place have to be. It was Mr. Viral Panait, which is the chairman of the president of Convex SA, but he have to leave for Bucharest. It was something appeared. So I'm the grain manager terminal. I'm the grain operation terminal, and I'm representing here Convex SA. Thank you for inviting me. So Convex is the biggest stevedore company of Port of Constanta. It actually is the biggest stevedore company in the Black Sea. We are responsible for almost 20% of the total throughput through Port of Constanta. We have 2 lines of business. One is the oldest one, the mineral part. Yes, and there we are accommodating vessels up to the Cape size dimension. That means actually next week we are expecting 200,000 tons vessel with iron ore to be discharged. And in the 5 years ago, Convex invested in started a new business line, the Convex Grain Terminal, which is the fastest terminal in the Black Sea, and also is the most advanced grain terminal in Europe right now. Thank you.
Good day. I'm Răzvan Bănică. I'm working for TTS. TTS, it's logistic integrator company. focus on port handling services and operations and river transport. The philosophy is connecting the Danube area through network of ports, with Constanta being the major hub for the whole region. I'm working in TTS since I graduated from faculty, from Economic Academy. So it's almost 18 years. Like they used to say in the US, it's sweet 18, then probably the next hard 20 after. Thank you very much.
No, I recover. Thank you very much. So, have you seen such an efficient and effective panel? We were planning 30 minutes for this presentation, so we were doing in 10 minutes. That's efficiency. That leaves a lot of place after this tour de table for the questions, and this is the most important part of the thing, but also important that we know whom we are meeting today. So let's start with looking a little bit in the history, not that much history, but in the past 3 years, because we all know that since the war in Ukraine has started, a lot of things have changed in the logistics chains, and yeah, companies, they have to restructure and to rethink their strategies from one day to another. And there were some companies, and we have most of them here in front of the line, helping the Ukrainian grain exports to flow to the rest of the world, and this was not easy. So let's hear from, let's start with the port operators, with Mr. Dolgin, because he was, and Convex is one of the companies which were in the front line as a port operator, but also Mr. Panait, he is the president of the Constanta Port Business Association, and they had a very important role playing in this reshaping the logistics in such a way that Romania, Constanta, is prepared to take over all this flow. So, Mr. Dolgin, can you share with us the lessons that you have learned from this experience in the past 3 years? Because it started 3 years ago, that's the point, but you had to readapt each and every year because the logistics and the flows changed, and I assume that you have to change your strategy as a company. Can you share with us the lessons you have learned in the past 3 years? Yes, okay, please.
So yes, Convex was looking to the grains. Convex was the first grain terminal outside of Ukraine which received goods from Ukraine. Also, this happened, I still remember, on 28th of March of 2002, when the first train arrived in Constanta. And also Convex was the first company outside of Ukraine which loaded a vessel with Ukrainian grains. Of course, we saw a sudden increase of flow from Ukraine. Actually, the peak was during the September, October, when all the routes coming from Ukraine was filled with entirely, because at the beginning start to appear just trains. After that, barges, because they start to use the Danubian ports. After that, they moved, because there was a lot of grains. They moved through to trucks, and in the September, October, all these 3 lines was full. Of course, it was very challenging for all port operators, because we seen quantities which was for us we found them only during the peak times of the harvest, and the mean peak times 2-3 days, but these huge flows kept for months. So what we've done, we managed better our storage space for all. We managed better our reception capacities, our delivery capacities. Yes, we made also investments. Many of port operators made investments, and we acquired mobile installation and fast machinery to cope with this huge of flow. But let's be honest, we also was lucky because of the falling prices of goods. Romanian farmers didn't want to sell their crop. So basically, it was because you saw on the news, the Ukrainians are prioritized or something. You cannot prioritize nothing on Port of Constanta because the gate is the same. But in reality, the Romanian farmers didn't want to sell their crop, so we didn't sow the Romanian crop. Romanian crop started to leave Romania after January or February next year. So of course, we did better as we did before. We put a lot of money, we put a lot of men there, and we learned a lot. We switch from paper to electronic devices. We start to implement a lot of digitalized systems to keep the information flow faster, because keep in mind that if you see a truck of grain on the road, it's not only the grains, there are a lot of information related to that truck, and all this information have to pass from port operators to customer and to the final customer. And all of us, we did a lot of things to improve and speed up all these processes. And also I want to emphasize, because it's also my colleague from the mineral terminal here, Sandu, starting of the war in the Ukraine didn't meant only grains. Keep in mind that Ukraine is one of the largest exporters for coal and iron ore. So all these products have to, they start to arrive in Port of Constanta. So we cope not only just with the grains, but also with mineral oil and coal. And the same things which applied for the grains, it was applied for mineral terminal to cope also with increased quantities there.
Yeah, that sounds very interesting how you succeeded to manage in quite a short time. I mean, it was a matter of months to turn from one point to another, and that's really amazing. And it's not only you, I have to admit that all the port operators, and not only they have reacted the same, and it was a positive response, and that helped a lot, all this traffic. But let's now turn a little bit, not to the port operations, but to the rail, because Grampet, being one of the leading companies, I think it's the biggest private rail operator in Romania, they have also reacted. They have put a lot of money, they have invested a lot. So what were the returns for that, and what are the lessons? Of course, Mr. Kinde, if you can share. Thank you.
So I would say that the lessons are spread between bad and good. When the war started in Ukraine, and after all this analysis of solidarity line was done, it results that the railway can satisfy the quantity of 600,000 tons per month Ukrainian cereals. The rest should come by barges by Danube. To take those quantities, of course, investment was done in the transshipment facilities in the border. We invest in a terminal in Dornești. The terminal have a capacity now of 2.6 million tons per year, but unfortunately it's not used until now. Of course, it was a sudden peak in the demand of traffic for cereals, but it was I would say, a lucky situation due to the fact that in that period of time, the internal demand in Romania for railway transportation of cereals was low. So we were able to move resources to the borders. Then after, let's say, 1 year, when the market calmed down, the Ukrainians, they said that, okay, we will transport cereals based on the market prices. And then if we look on the prices, they use it from Western Ukraine to the border, Romanian borders, a price around $18, $20, and from the western Ukraine to the Odessa port, around $26, $28 per ton. They say very good. Yes, we can use Romanian routes only if you can cover, you are entering this difference of price, which of course cannot happen. So today the reality is that we don't have Ukrainian cereals on rail. Of course, capacity are built, resources exist. Now all those resources are used to transport internal demand, and of course some international traffics to Italy and to Germany. But it's clear that it was, I would say, an emulation, an emotional response in that period of time, and not only from, let's say, from us as business persons, and for political, from the level of Ministry of Transportation, everybody said, okay, let's invest, because those flows will be years from now. It's not happened.
Yes, I accept that challenge of yours. I mean, it's not a challenge, it's something that, an effort for your company, and I realize you were not alone in that. I mean, you put a lot of money, but if you we look also in the river sector industry, there were a lot of investments, and people were just waiting, as you said, that these things will continue for years, and it happened that from one day to another, like it came, it's simply gone. So, yeah, I fully agree. Please intervene.
I would say that this demand of, or let's say disappearance of Ukrainian cereals on the market and this huge demand appear overnight put a lot of companies to invest. A lot of new wagons was ordered from the leasing companies, and the result is that today you can see in Hungary or in Austria kilometers of wagon, TADS wagon, hopper wagons, brand new, waiting without orders, because it was done on a business plan with some, let's say, return of investment figures, which didn't, or which they failed at the test of time. This is reality. So we see a lot of insolvency in this market because the company which rent such wagons at a very high price based on a certain level of prices for transportation wasn't able to pay it, and to get rid of those burning, they prefer to go to insolvency and start it again. But of course, the leasing company take over those losses, and they are strong companies, they will manage. But it's clear that in the future we will be more careful, and I'm definitely sure that we'll not have any of us a very spontaneous answer to such demands. We will be more, let's say, business approach.
Yeah, that's something to note. But I have to tell you, it's the same. You say that you can see a queue of wagons in Hungary, in Romania, which stay without any business. It's the same in Constanța. I mean, if you look how many ships are just idling, and these are the ships which were coming just in 2022, 2023, with people just taking vessels from the Netherlands, from Belgium, from Germany, thinking that they will have business forever in this area, and now they really face big problems. But let's come from the private sector and to relax a little bit and also listen to the administration. Romeo, can you share with us, because that's a big concern of the shipping industry, the water levels. And can you share your experience in the past 3, 4, I would say 5 years, and I will say why 5 years, because I was talking to some shipping companies, and they always compare the situation of today with 5 years back, and they all have to admit that the situation improved. So what was your experience, let's not call it 3 years, but in the past 5 years in the administration with the water level administration, please?
Yes, thank you, Antonio. Yes, I will provide you information about the hydrological conditions on the Danube and what it is our strategy to provide a good navigation status. But firstly, I want to say a few words about our participation in the solidarity lane, because this is the topic now, and it's good to know that AFTG was fully involved, and for us it was a big challenge to improve the infrastructure, because after the Russian invasion in Ukraine, together with Ministry of Transport, Danube Commission, European Commission, we are develop an intervention plan in order to ensure the good navigation conditions on the Sulina Canal and maritime sector, because the traffic was increasing from 140 cargo ship per month to 500, and was very difficult for us to ensure the infrastructure, to ensure the coordination with Ukrainian authority, and also to have enough pilots for the pilotage on the Sulina Canal, and to avoid the accident on the Sulina Canal, and also in the maritime sector for Danube. And for this reason, in a very short time, our responsibility was to improve the canal infrastructure, the Sulina Canal infrastructure, to install a new system for coordination. That means we have a very poor communication and coordination with Ukrainian authority, and was necessary in a very short time to develop an IT platform and to exchange data, daily exchange data about the traffic and how to coordinate this traffic in order to ensure the navigation conditions for this cargo ship, and to ensure the safety for navigation. And also was in 8 months was necessary to change the marking system, to install a new system for navigation conditions, and also to provide these services on the Sulina Canal about the piloting of the Sulina Canal, and to avoid the accident in this area. Also, now we are ready to ensure this kind of services. We need to stop the war, but we are ready to provide these services for the cargo ship, for the maritime navigation on the Danube and Sulina Canal. About the navigation conditions, our responsibility is to provide good navigation status according to the Danube Commission recommendation and the European regulation. We are responsible for that, and our activity is to monitoring daily the hydrological conditions, and unfortunately the hydrological condition is in continued degradation. It's a climate change effect, and this year it's a very critical situation on the Danube, with water level below low navigable water level, more than 100 days, and we have to find a solution. We have to provide information about fairway parameters, we have to provide information about marking system, and we have to perform maintenance dredging in order to provide minimum depth for fairway depth. But we are not alone. We have a cooperation with Republic of Bulgaria and Republic of Serbia, and according to the Belgrade Convention provision, we have a good cooperation with the waterway administration for the neighboring countries, and also our resources for the European projects from Fairway Danube project, and the main project for improving the navigation conditions, Fast Danube. It is our effort, it is our challenge for future to improve this navigation condition. What means Fast Danube? Means technical solution.
Sorry, please.
we are now discussing about bad things. Let's leave the good things for the end.
No,
Okay,
it's not.
The
It's
fast
not good.
Danube, let's leave, that will be the cherry on the cake.
Fast
please.
Danube, it is the main project for improving the navigation
Thank you.
conditions on the Danube. About the level, it is very, very low, and starting with June, the water level was below low navigable water level. What means that? Means we try to perform the main activity, dredging activity, monitoring activity, and marking activity in order to ensure safety for navigation on the lower Danube. Speak about downstream to Iron Gate 2 because upstream it is the reservoir and yeah. And our focus was to increase the cooperation with Bulgarian Waterway Administration. We have daily meetings, technical meetings, in order to exchange information about the bottlenecks area and to develop measures and intervention plan what is necessary to maintain the navigation conditions in this very critical situation. But it's not only about the water level, it's also about the river morphology of the river, because the depth is the distance between water level and the river bottom. Yeah.
Thank you, Romeo. If I may, only 2 points, 2 remarks on what you said. First, we really have to thank to AFDG for the efforts that they have made for this Danube Solidarity Lane with Ukraine. I think that we do have in the room also the representatives of Ukraine, of USPA, I have seen. So it was, it's the Ukrainian Seaports Association. They're the ones that take care about all the traffic to from Ukraine, from the Danube and Black Sea ports. Probably the guy is not in, but anyway, I just wanted to underline that that was cooperation which was built in time between AFDG and USPA, and not only the cooperation. There were big investments done by the AFDG in equipment with the help of European Commission, and also Danube Commission was assisting in that. So I really have to thank AFDG for all these efforts. Second point that I want to make, related to all the efforts and the works that they are doing on the Danube, in the rest of the Danube, in order to maintain a navigable level. I have to salute the initiative of AFDG for the first time we were invited, I'm still speaking like a private company, an administration invited the private companies to have a discussion and to listen to their problems, and this was the initiative of AFDG and APPD in Bulgaria. It happened last month. It was a successful online meeting with few participants from the private sector. We hope that the next one, which is planned, will happen again, and this is very important for the industry to listen to what efforts you are doing, but also for you to listen to the industry, which are their problems and what can you do for them to improve the things. So for this, really thank you. Let's continue a little bit about the past, and I promise that we finish with the bad things with this last question, which I would like to address first to Mr. Dragoi and then to my colleague Razvan. Still staying a little bit in the past, you know, we used to call these kind of situations unpredictable, rare, one-off situations like black swans, yeah? And the war in Ukraine was a black swan, but if we look in our today's life, we have a black swan every day. I mean, we have crowds of black swans. I think that we are willing to see a white swan. We don't know if they still exist. White swans are stability. Black swans is unpredictable situation. And you have faced a similar situation, and the traffic and your logistics flows changed dramatically after the war started in Ukraine. What was your experience? What were the lessons you have learned? How you reacted? Can you share with us, please?
Firstly, I would like to go back a little bit in our history, saying that our terminal start operations in 2004 being a dedicated container terminal, having at that time only 3 cranes and capacity of 300,000 TEU per year. But shortly, with a proper planning and proper, I would say, collaboration and communication of customers, DPL Constanta, the container terminal, have reached more than 1 million TEUs for 2 years, 2007 and 2008. As I said, very properly planned and with very good communications with our customers. What we have faced in 2022 in February, it was, I would say, we have assimilated with a sudden crisis. Because traditionally in 2007-2008, Constanța was a hub for Black Sea. We have handling a lot of mainliners coming from Far East. It was at that period of time 7 direct services to our port, to Constanța port. But now, in recent years, Constanța and our terminal become origin and destination cargo, dedicated for import and export only for Romanian cargo. What we have faced in 2022, it was, as I said, a real crisis, because at that moment we had 2 ships, very large container ships alongside, having on board 10,000 TEU only for Odessa ports. Immediately, our customers request a fully support to release their assets, and basically we have reacted in order to put the entire resources of the terminal at their disposal and to create this capacity. However, the success of that period, which was taken around 3 to 4 months, it was, I would say, our synergies with our other port operators capable to provide and support our operations and the entire flow. Afterwards, of course, we had a maturity and the experience from 2007-2008, and I would say that the huge congestion in a container terminal would trigger a very low performance, which is totally disappointed for the customers, for ship operators. What have been addressed afterwards, it was a proper planning and strong communication with our customers. Of course, the biggest challenge we have faced, beside marine operations, beside that traffic flow, it was, I would say, landside operations, because we were in position to handle around 1,500 trucks per day, which was a real challenge not only for our infrastructure but for the port infrastructure as well.
Thank you. Very, very, very interesting how you could manage. And yeah, I have to admit that, as you mentioned, also the logistics flows in your terminal, they have changed. And for the first time, we have seen also containers arriving by barges, mostly from Ukraine with grains. And this was a new traffic that DP World didn't experience before.
Indeed, the demand in 2022 and afterwards until 2024, it was to handle cargo to and from Ukraine and Moldova as well. The customers and basically the entities interested in this traffic put at the beginning a lot of river barges in the services connecting Constanța to Ukraine ports. And it was significant operations for us, having at least 2 services per week. And for us, it was a challenge because we are seeing river traffic not being part of the deep sea operations. It is very, very difficult to compare a barge with an exchange of 200 or 300 TEU with a deep sea vessel having 2,000 or 3,000 containers or TEUs.
But you managed. That's what is important.
Yes, yes. Indeed, the challenges were significant.
Okay, that means that there is an open door for the future containers. Of course, today the traffic is 0. That's clear.
but it proved it worked. That means we can, when we can see it also for the future business, and that brings me, I will let the Răzvan to make the transition, a slow transition from the past to the present, but also referring a little bit to the past, just to tell us how their experience from the past shaped their actions in the present days. Because frankly, I mean, we speak about innovation and things like that, but if we look in the structure of the flows of goods which are operated both in rail and river and ports, we are addressing more or less to the same sectors. I mean, we speak about grains, we speak about minerals and metals, chemical products, fuels, that's it. I mean, how this experience from the past shaped your action today, if you consider that this traditional way, business as usual, put it like that, addressing the same sectors, is this the way to go, or how do you feel that? I mean, from the past coming to the present. Răzvan.
Hello. Hi. So that's a very interesting question. You keep the most complex to up to the end. Thank you. So I will think and I'll come back with an answer next week. No, I'm joking. Let's start with the past. So from what I remember, there were some black swans also in the past, like the conflict in the former Yugoslavia, probably the last one involving or affecting Danube in a major way was in 1999, 2000, when the bridges were bombed, they collapsed, and the navigation was split, like from Serbia downstream and from Serbia upstream. Whoever was on the lower side remained there, whoever was there, yeah, and that is a major impact. I mean, if you're talking with someone who didn't see that, it's like end of the world for a transporter. But the company managed to do that. It focused on the cargoes downstream, it focused on the cargoes upstream. It wasn't the only one on the Danube doing that, so people adapted. Then it came, let's say, mostly the economic crisis in 2008, 2009, when there wasn't a physical issue, but it was an economical one. So the economies stopped or decreased major their activity. So you didn't, it affected the backbone of the economies, which is these cargoes like grains, like raw materials, like steel. They were the first, they felt the effect. I mean, this is the backbone of logistics and the first one to react in such a crisis. It slowly improved. All the companies acting on the Danube, and not only, had to adapt to a market decrease, had to adapt with the cost, with the investments, so survived. Now we had this Ukraine event, and it all happened suddenly. Nobody expected what to do next. Of course, there were some flows to and from Ukraine, but not what happened afterwards. But we used to carry raw materials from Ukraine to Romania, to Galați, to the steel mill, and suddenly it stopped. We didn't know when we'll continue, what will happen with the Ukrainian ports. I mean, the war almost reached Ren and Ismail, which are across the river from Galați. Anyhow, kept calm, and we saw that, okay, there isn't a major conflict there. We shipped, we sent the ships to the usual routes, and we resumed the transport. First it was the iron ore to Galați. Later on were the grains. And the interesting thing is that the grains flow from Ukraine to Constanta, which almost never happened before. And most interesting is that we had an innovation which happened in the past, and it's still an innovation today. It's this buoy system in Constanta, meaning that you don't need a berth to operate a vessel. You just use some buoys in the middle of the port and do direct transshipment. It's a simple way, but when you go to details, it's a bit complex because you need a lot of coordination, and it's like a just-in-time logistic for this. We were used to receiving the cargo like that, I mean a sea vessel coming to Constanta and to be discharged like that, but we did the opposite. And this means that you have to adapt very fast. As an integrated company, as a company having activity all over the Danube and the region, even if we're dealing with river transport mainly and port operation, we like stability. And the major challenge for us was to keep the logistic for the whole region in place. I mean, our logistic, because we are not, we cannot speak for everybody, but our logistic, meaning that will not focus only for the grains in Ukraine and ignore the rest. We try to balance this as much as possible and maintain the logistic accessible to the other countries, to the other cargos.
Thank you, Răzvan. That was a very good and deep insight. And to my understanding, your strategy was to adjust to the market, and that's clear. And yeah, the stability you mentioned, to be stuck well into with the roots in the ground. That means to still stay on these traditional cargoes that gives you the stability. But the question is, and now I will address to Mr. Kinda, is this sufficient? I mean, to be very stable, to have very good routes, to survive these stormy weathers? I mean, to still stay in the traditional flows of cargo? Or should you spread your seeds like in a forest to grow small trees that are the future business of tomorrow? How do you see that?
Mulțumesc. We as a logistic and carrier, we like permanent and constant flow. We don't like peaks, especially when they appear overnight, because it's clear peaks means additional resources, which can be, how to say, you can find it. Maybe some, if we speak about workers, they can work overtime and you paid. But when we speak about assets like wagons and locomotive, are not very easy to find it overnight. So in these terms, I would say that our philosophy is to concentrate on long-term partnership with our clients and long-term and stable transports for them. This allows us to have, let's say, the strong roots and to survive very well on stormy weather. Cereals, our core business is transport of mineral oil products, starting from crude oil to raffinated petrochemical. So this market was not affected very much. Of course, during when the war started, appeared a huge demand of mineral oil to be transported to Ukraine, but wasn't so huge. So it was just maybe 15, 20, 31 train per day more. So we manage it very easy, and not all this quantity come to us, it goes into other operators. But for cereals, having in mind that anyway, it's a good with strong seasonality, so we know how to do it. But at the end of the day, if we speak about philosophy, we are keen to develop strong and stable businesses.
I was expecting a little bit different. I mean, stability is clear, it's important, but a little bit of agility. I mean, just looking a little bit around in new markets. Is this a question for the future?
For railway transportation, I would say that now are very challenging times, especially today. And I'm not speaking only about Romania, I'm speaking everywhere in Europe. You saw very well that Europe is slowing down the industrial activity due to high prices of energy and natural gas. Unfortunately, the most affected industries are the industry which are main clients of railway transportation. And here I'm speaking about steel industry, about fertilizers, chemicals a little bit. So I would say that from taking from this industry, automatically appear a reserve of capacity. And then we are looking to other market. But when we sit and look on the other market and we take out the cereals which we are present and we know how to do it, the most, let's say, attractive market is intermodal. But intermodal in Romania have two issues which are not, I would say, require two conditions which in Romania we don't find it. A good railway infrastructure, because transit time should be comparable with the truck, because intermodal industry, the biggest competitor is trucking industry. And of course, good connectivity, and here we are speaking about terminals. Terminals in Romania are only few private which would say that they are at the level of, let's say, quality and services required for such industry. Unfortunately, the rest of the terminal would belonging to state companies. Railway state companies are in very bad shape and require huge investment. And this is not a problem of investment. The main problem is that the Ministry of Transportation, I don't know, those companies which owns those terminals, because here it's a messy issue, there are companies which own the terminals, but the land is belonging to other company, they rent it, so it's complicated. I would say that the main issue is that they don't have a clear policy about those terminals, what they want to do it, and there is, in Romania, I would say that there is no clear policy about intermodal transportation by rail. This is the main opportunity, and if we speak in intermodal, I would say that this is the, how to say, the main way to fulfill another condition. You know very well that due to Green Deal, European Union said, guys, until 2030, 1/3 of road transportation or goods which are moving by road should pass to rail or to river transportation. Today, the percentage is 1 to 6. If we move 30% from this 6 and divide it, let's say, equally between river and rail, we will see that the demand for railway transportation should double in 4-year period of time. But nobody can say, look, we will support this transit or moving of the goods with, I don't know, good credit loans to acquire rolling stock, good policy condition to encourage railway transportation or river transportation. All those today are leave it on the free floating on the market, and still the market prefer the trucking industry and road transportation. It's a reality.
Thank you. I mean, you really touched the point that I wanted to make with this intermodality, because if we look even at this panel, we have river transportation, we have port operations, we have rail operations, we have administration. And each of these sectors, they operate alone by themselves. And probably, I mean, at least from my perspective, an answer for intermodality, we shouldn't wait for the politicians or somebody else, or banks or someone else to give us a solution. Why not teaming up port operators, rail operators, river operators, in order to build packages of services, no matter they are strategic logistics flows or ad hoc, just to team up together and to offer this kind of tailored services. I'm wondering, and please, Razvan, if you want to point, and I would also like to address to the port operators, because the ports are the hubs where all the means of transportations are just meeting, like rail and river and trucks. Everything is there in your hands. Could ports as hubs play a role in teaming up all different modes of transport in order to offer, let's call them, tailored services, innovative solutions? Because we as persons, I mean, let's step up of our industry. We don't speak about rail. When you order a package, I don't know, from China, from US, you can track it by minutes and you can see it where it is and you know when it arrives, and you expect that this is delivered just in time when it is advised and so on. And I think that the customers expect, on the other side, from industries like river or rail or ports where we operate with big volumes, to get more or less the same, I wouldn't say quality of service, but the same term of information about timing and these kind of things. How do you see that? I mean, just pick up this question, whoever you want, and I mean, brainstorm. I mean, we are here to brainstorm.
May I offer an example of this multimodal transportation? Like we made a multimodal transport for this Returo glass. You all know the Returo program to recycle the bottles and so on. And a lot of quantity was gathered, and they can ship it to the process center, which is one of them, it's outside the EU. So they had to ship it to Constanta and then by sea. Of course, you can send it from Bucharest to Constanta by truck. That's the easiest way. You call somebody with a truck and that's it. We offered the alternative, meaning trucking to Oltenica, to our port, discharging in the barge, going to Constanta, loading on the vessel. All these probably it's very complicated for somebody not used to river transport or to port operation. I mean, we all are used to fast courier, to DHL and whatever, but using the river, it sounds very crazy maybe. We try to offer access to this logistic. What I see is like the river is the forgotten cousin of logistics. It has to be integrated. We are not competing between river, rail, or trucking. We have to, it's a collaboration. I mean, the truck didn't disappear from this logistic chain, but it was used on a shorter distance. And using less, let's say, resources or energy to move this cargo to Constanta. Maybe this is just an example. I don't know if we'll continue or not, but we just wanted to make it available. We had a partner who took the risk. The challenges can be reliability, to offer a reliable system. And as Tony said, a tracking for your cargo. That's also important, so you can see where the cargo is. The next thing about the reliability is to forecast. For example, we are always asking our clients, do you think the Danube will be high enough in 1 month to ship my cargo to whatever destination they want? And then we can say, we don't know. We have a forecast, official forecast for 7 days in Romania, which is one of the longest, actually. If you go to Germany or to Austria, it's like 4 days. Well, what can you do with today forecast?
It's clear.
Actually,
please.
Speaking about multimodal, yes, it's pretty strange to try multimodal in the grain industry, but actually it was a railroad company, railroad operator, Transylvania Invest and so on. They made a hub, multimodal hub in Oradea, and they sent grains to Port of Constanta by containers on the rail. And this happened in I guess 4 years ago, because we discharged those containers. Yes, we needed special machinery because we need to tip the containers. It was actually, it can be a success project if the time needed to come from Oradea to Constanța will be maximum 2 days, which is not happening right now. So they cannot compete with the trucks on the other, even with trucks from that area, because of the length of all the time. Also, the same thing, we had another discussion during the war in Ukraine in 2023, because it was a lot of Ukrainian companies which can provide grains in Port of Constanta by containers, and in the convex case we can discharge, because on the mineral part we have cranes, we can discharge from the rails to the trucks the containers they want to bring by rail on containers. The problem was that they are using a different type of containers we have. It was a heavier container than usual container, and we cannot find a machinery to tip that type of container. So we started the project, but we didn't find the machinery to finish. But yes, the projects are, we made this type of transportation, and I think there is a lot of potential there.
Yeah, thank you. That's good news that there is a potential there. Mr. Kinde, please.
Those examples which was presented before shows us that, okay, we can find a lot of intermodal or a lot of logistic solution to move the cargo. But the main issue is that at the end of the day, all those logistic solutions should be cost-wise, because the clients look on the cost and, of course, on the transit time. The problem was the transit time from Oradea, so maybe now they are coming by truck directly or by train. I don't know if they have 7 days to move it. We confront with the same issue. We had a project with Renault, and we moved container from Pitești to Hamburg. And transit time from Pitești to the border, it was 2 days and a half by rail, and then of course it takes 12 hours, between 12 to 24 hours, because we wasn't in the Schengen area. But then from Curtici to Hamburg, the train make 1 day and a half. This is the key if we want to be present. Not only the cost. Of course, cost is critical for most of the clients, especially when we speak about bulk goods, low value goods like, I don't know, minerals or scrap, steel, iron ore, or something like this. But still the transit time is critical.
I fully agree that cost is an important element. And I remember when I worked before in the private sector that I used to have customers saying, look, I prefer just to pay a little bit more for this service, but to know that everything is in one hand and someone takes care that my cargo is transshipped in that port, is carried to the next port, is transshipped there and goes to the destination, instead of breaking that with 100 suppliers. So that was my idea about making a kind of a partnership among different sectors, and that's why I was asking if ports can play a role, and that's why I think that DP World, which is one of the, it's the biggest container terminal in Constanța and probably in the Black Sea, they have experienced this kind of situations with intermodality and building chains, logistics chains around their main sector. Can you please help us with some ideas and tell us if ports like yours can play a role in that and putting together all these packages in order to offer it to one client? And yeah, please.
Yeah, I will not bringing only ideas. I will bring some facts. Intermodality for DPL is a commitment from long time back, not only because DP World committed to support decarbonization. Basically, our ambitious objectives in reducing the CO2 footprint by 2030 is 42% and to become fully green by 2050 at the level of our global portfolio. But it is a fact that DP World thought about intermodality as a strategic objectives, and 2 years ago we have opened the first inland container depot in Aiud. We are fully geared to handle not only containers on the both terminals in Constanta and Aiud. We are fully geared to handle craneable trailers, and if I go back, recalling that short presentation about Ro-Ro product between Carasu and Constanța, basically this product is operated by us. We have opened the Ro-Ro terminal last year in July. It was a first call, and this service is live and is connecting Turkey and Romania almost 1 year plus. So basically this is our philosophy in intermodal. As I said, we are fully geared to handle trailers, craneable trailers in Constanța and Aiud, and to support these objectives.
That's good news. That's a positive answer. So if this can be extended in rail or in river, it's one keyword that Răzvan mentioned before. He mentioned reliability or predictability. And if we are to discuss about predictability, at least in the river sector, we need a good navigable condition. And here we have good news from Romeo, and now please give us the good news about Fast Danube 2.
Yeah, now I have the opportunity to present about Fast Danube 2, but firstly I want to highlight this keyword, predictability. It is really important to have predictability for the navigation conditions. Okay, we provide water level forecast for 7 days with help from the National Institute of Hydrology, but it's not enough, because we don't speak about water level when we discuss about the navigation conditions. We speak about fairway depth. This is very important for the skippers to have enough fairway depth, 2.5 meters or other fairway depth. But also in our strategy about the predictability in inland navigation on the Romania river sector, the main project for improving the navigation conditions means Fast Danube. Fast Danube, it is the investment for improving the navigation conditions in the Romanian, Bulgarian Danube sectors. It is a project started in 2015, and today we prepare to launch the tender for design and works, and in 4 years from now we commit to provide good navigation conditions for about 500 kilometers downstream to Iron Gate 2, because here it is a very complex sector with free-flowing hydrological conditions and very dynamic, and it is really necessary to to implement technical solution, river engineering solution, in order to ensure 340 days per year good navigation status. And context of the climate change, because year by year the hydrological condition, it is in degradation, means the flow discharge is decreasing, and only with this river engineering solution we can provide this good navigation status, and we will ensure the shipping company that the inland navigation will be predictable.
And this project, you imagine when will be, let's say, when we will have 2.5 meters in 2027, in 2028, I mean, when this project will come to the results?
In 4 years from now, in 2028, we will complete the project. We will do the capital dredging, and also we will implement the solution, means river engineering solution with different technical solution for increasing the capacity of the water for sediment transport, and we will solve the problem in the main bottlenecks on the Romanian Bulgarian Danube sector, means Bechet, means Belene, means Popina, means Vardim, means Bogdan Seceanu, Salcia. Other 12 bottlenecks area will be solved with this project, and we will ensure a continuity for the navigation conditions downstream to Iron Gate 2, to Cernavoda, to Constanța, and this is our strategy for next 4 years.
Okay, that's good to know. I mean, 2028, 2029, we can expect the results, but by then we will have maintenance, dredging, and ensuring as much as possible navigable depth for the sector, which is good news. Okay, so we share good news in the room. Okay, we discussed a lot about logistics, about trade flows, about impact, but what about, because we've heard yesterday and also this morning a lot of projects in digitalization and decarbonization. Let's talk a little bit about digitalization. Yesterday we had the opportunity to visit the terminal of Convex, and I have to admit that me personally, I'm not for the first time there, but whenever I go in the control room of Convex, I'm really impressed. So, Mr. Dolgin, can you just share with us how digitalization and all these platforms that you have implemented in your terminal helped you to manage through these times?
Yes, of course. So, as I told before, the flow of any goods doesn't mean only the physical movement of the goods, but a lot of information. Every passing year, the information which are linked with the goods is increasing. So it's very important to keep the flow of the information as fast as possible. And of course, to have it as fast as possible, that means to digitalize it in entirety. So basically, we are a paperless terminal. Inside of the terminal, information are moved only through the internal systems, electronic system, intranet, and so on. We are digitalizing every paper which is received from outside of the terminal. That means, for example, bill of lading and so on, weighing tickets is digitalized and by scanning. And from that moment, all the information are moved only by as information. Also, all the data which is generated by our activity, like quality reports, weighing reports, and all the daily reports are made also only electronically. So they are sent to the internal, they are shared internally or with our customer only electronically on the electronical part. Most of our personnel we have digital signature, so we are signing our documents only digital. If you are going in the laboratory on control room, you can see that everything is they don't have our operators, they don't write on the paper. Everything it's on the computers, and the reason is in this way we are keeping the highest speed of the flow of the information. And keep in mind that the slow information always have their link with a cost. So we are cutting this cost, keeping the information flow as fast as possible.
Thank you. That's a lesson also for the others operating in the market, that digitalization brings along cost cuts. But Mr. Kinde, how is the digitalization implemented in your sector? Because you are running your trains, but you are very much dependent on infrastructure. And CFR Infrastructură, so the company, how it is digitalized, how it operates with your company. And coming back to Constanța, I know that the Port of Constanta works for a port community system. How is this going to help your business, or what would you expect that the system should do in the favor of the rail transport in that area?
So our wishes is that to have an just electronic communication with the infrastructure managers. Unfortunately, this has not happened today. Still, they have some IT system for programming the train, but system for managing the traffic, it's under planning and will be implemented in the next, I think, 2 or 3 years. Of course, they develop, infrastructure managers, they develop some application, especially regarding the access of the train to the port, similarly with the borders to eliminate a little bit the bottlenecks. But we don't stay and expect them. We have internally digitalization, and I'm not speaking here about the document management, which I think that everybody use it permanently. We have electronic bills with the clients, and the clients can put all the data which are required, and at the end of the day we just write in the weight of the wagons. The rest of the data are automatically generated. We have the possibility of the tracking of the goods, and the clients can see permanently where is his train or the train which is carrying his goods. So, of course, financial, HR, all those are done because we are clear aware of the benefits of this digitalization.
Thank you. Another positive reply, and I promise that's my last section that I would address to our dear guests. And because we had very interesting presentations on decarbonization and alternative fuels, we have heard this morning about methanol, we have heard about batteries, and I'm wondering how the sector, and especially the river shipping, is reacting to that. What are your plans, Răzvan, I mean, for the future? What do you see as fit for your fleet, your sizable fleet? And I can understand that any step you make in one direction, go for hydrogen or for methanol or for batteries, has a big impact, because at the end, you as a shipping company, you need infrastructure to cover any of these options, no matter it's, as I mentioned, I've heard this morning Radu mentioning that you don't have plugging stations from Austria downstream. So how can you manage or dare to think about retrofitting your fleet for batteries as long as you don't have an infrastructure? And I know this is a big challenge, but the options are here. I mean, alternatives. Of course, we have to also to consider about the infrastructure, and not only for one company, but for the rest of the Danube. So what are your views in that respect? Please share with us if you can. Thank you.
I believe that my colleagues from Navrom, which is the fleet, have looked into all these type of alternative fuel, alternative sources of energy or propulsion, and to keep it short, the battery system is not fitted for vessel transportation. I mean, okay, you can do a short trip for a small boat, but it's out of question when you're talking about a big vessel and longer trips. I mean, it's just you don't have the necessary batteries to keep the vessel going for more than some hours, several hours. It doesn't matter if are 7 or 2, it's the same thing. You can imagine that you have to cover, for example, 2,400 kilometers from Constanța to Germany. This is a 2 weeks trip or 3 weeks trip. Doesn't matter. you can refuel a couple of times, but you cannot refuel every single day and navigate for 10 hours and then recharge for 20. It's like going backwards. Maybe the alternative fuels might be a solution, but it depends very much on the technology, of the development of technology, of the infrastructure to supply those fuels. And the most important is, as Mr. Kinde said, are the economics of these investments. I mean, okay, it's very nice, you can invest a lot of money in a new technology, but does the earnings cover those investments? That's a big question mark. As nowadays, I don't see a beneficiary, like a client paying for a transport, doesn't matter, to let's say, pay more in order to cut the emissions. And also I wish to emphasize that river transportation and rail transportation as well, there are several times lower emissions comparing with the trucks. I mean, for the river, which is, let's say, my field of action, is from 7 to 10 times lower. It's not like 70%, 7 times lower comparing with the trucks. Seems for the moment there isn't a real incentive in order to benefit for this. We have some experience, I can tell you an example of investing in new technology. There is a crane we have in Constanta, floating crane, which is a hybrid crane, meaning it has 2 main engines and a set of batteries and a system designed to recover energy from braking the movement of the crane. It gets that electric energy, puts it in the batteries, and then when it needs, it can be used. It's it's a just-in-time delivery of energy, and it's workable. Like, we are not using 2 main engines, we are using 1, and it's a functional system. It's a new system design. It sends data to a service operator in the headquarters. You don't have to go physically and check all the indicators, but that it's let's say an important investment. It's a high capacity crane. It has to have a stable market. It has to have a certain condition you can forecast for many years, so you're able to make such a development and such an investment. So we're looking onto all these new technologies, but we're very careful in picking which one is suitable for us.
I fully agree with what you said. Benchmarking against trucks, it was good for us, I mean, in the shipping industry, because that was a good benchmark. We are 7 times, 10 times less polluting, but this will not last forever. I mean, look at them, all of them, or almost all of them, turn to batteries, to electric, so this comparison will not work in a couple of years. That's the problem. So we have to look for alternatives, and we've heard this morning Radu mentioning about his hybrid vessels, still having problems with operating them, but that's a step forward. But as Herfried said yesterday, we have to act in small steps, and I've heard this morning the gentleman here in the front mentioning about HVO and the fact that they have already projects or already engines that can be turned new. Help me, please. Okay, clients already using this type of engines, HVO, using HVO, which is a small step transiting to going 100% green or whatever. And this will probably help the industry for the next 5-10 years just to make this transition. I mean, that was my idea related. Please, if you want to.
For example, the little company Heineken is sailing only with ships sailing on HVO. And our Tata Steel company in IJmuiden, they need to modify their steel production to hydrogen, but that's not successful in a short term. So they decided to do all the shipping with HVO. So they lowered their footprint already, so the discussion is out of the air and they have time to make their own production green. And so we have the biggest biscuit factory, Verkade, in Holland. And they use also all ships with HVO. And they pay for it, because they lower their footprint, so the government let them in rust and do their thing. And they have time to make their process more green without having discussion about the transport. Because the footprint in front of the production and after your production counts in your whole chain. And that's a solution at this moment. Because it's drop in, you can change today, and you have a better footprint.
I fully agree, and that's why I raised the ball for you. The problem for the shipping companies is the supply, because we are short of supply of HVO in this kind of volumes in this part of Europe. I mean, that is...
Yeah, we are lucky that we have a Neste from Finland, and a factory in Antwerp is also starting up, and in the north of Holland is also a new factory producing HVO for the German market. So our bunker structure is already adapted to HVO.
Okay, please.
Just one word, because in one of our workshops for the strategy of greening of the Danube fleets, we also have had a case from Kühne + Nagel Euroshipping. They used one of their vessels and adapted it a bit, because there's not much adaptation from the engine side needed, to run it on the HVO 100. Okay, worked wonderful. No problem. After this test period, they stopped using it, simply because none of their clients was able and willing to pay 10-15% more. And this is, I think, what we have to factor in. As long as we have economic framework conditions which are unfavorable for the use, we only will have a few clients. You mentioned Heineken, so they have a different profile also towards the end consumer. So for them, it's maybe a marketing strategy part, but you don't have it for a client which is transporting grain, which is transporting iron ore, because there every cent counts. And when we have the discrepancies and the gap between the alternative fuel and the diesel, as long as we have it at the margins, which is really a barrier, then we will have to see how we can have come up with changing this economic conditions for alternative fuel. The supply of alternative fuel is an additional problem, but this goes for all alternative fuels, as we said also in the morning. There's not HVO enough in our region, because we're also looking into that. I'm not so much afraid that the airlines will buy up all HVO, because we are talking with them, so we even know how much they need in the Danube region. So forget it, because SIF will go now in HVO only for a small percentage. The rest will be e-fuels. So this is not the thing, but making any alternative fuel available at a price which is competitive. So this is something which we will have also to sort out. The member states, and most likely, to be honest, after all the discussions with the member states, we most likely will need a regulation fuel EU inland, so that we have fair competition also between the transport modes, like road, rail and river, and then it will work. Thank you.
Thank you, Manfred. It's okay. So that was from my side. Frankly, I was preparing a very challenging and philosophical question for our guests for the end. I mean, where do you see your sector in 10 years' time? And moreover, I would have invited you in 10 years' time to analyze your answer of today. So the question is open. If you want to take it, please. If not, I invite the audience to address the question to our distinguished guests. So thank you. Think about philosophy right now. I mean, just dream.
actually, I'm talking about from a point of view of a grain port operator in Port of Constanta. You mentioned about the black swan. Black swan. We are living black elephant right now. I don't know, so because we are affected very fast and heavily by the climate change. Romanian agriculture is affected by the climate change. To understand the dimension of the changes, now the biggest crop of Romania, which means corn, during the climate change and during the drought, in the last 5 years, fall with 70%. So the fall is very fast, very dramatically. Actually, from one of the main exporter of corn in the EU, now we are just trying to cover our internal consumption. So there is no more corn for export. And the corn was the main grain which was exported by Romania. So how we are coping with this? We are trying to find what will be the crop will replace the corn, because right now the Romanian farmers every year they are decreasing their surfaces with harvested planted with corn, but also there is a natural limit which they can replace. We cannot actually right now the most profitable crop is rapeseed, but you cannot put rapeseed instead of corn because the land cannot. We cannot repeat, cannot increase the quantity of rapeseed what you are growing. So basically, right now, what we are doing as a grain port operators, we are looking what will be the replacement of the current crop, or maybe they will side with the farmers and also with the European Union to start to implement, government and the European Union, to start to implement tools which will help Romanian farmers, which will help port authorities, and also which help Romanian economy in the total.
Thank you for sharing this dream with us. You know, I mean, I don't know if there are other dreams that to be shared in the room. You know what, I mean, I was amazed that none of you expressed anything, any concerns about the legislation, the taxes. I mean, there were concerns related to other things, and I'm glad to hear that. That means everything goes well in this direction. And this is just a challenge. I mean, I leave it open.
If I may, I would like to bring some thoughts about the future. It was a subject about digitalization, and we are seeing digitalization not being anymore supporting the port operations or contributed to support operations, mainly to be a part of our core business and for core operations. Why I'm saying that? Because a container terminal, aside what Mr. Dolgin mentioned about the volume of information in behind the truck which is carrying the grains, in behind the container, which is just a box with the serial number and ID, we're having a lot of information about the container type, about the destination, about the vessel voyage, and so on and so on. Digitalization should be a core business for port operations, and we may bring some real facts from our experience. Of course, in 2004 we start operations having a proper terminal operating system. Without this system, we can't control thousands and hundreds of containers every day. But the most impressive experience we had, it was in 2017, when we have implemented our VBS booking system dedicated for landside operations and for trucks. Shortly, we have seen at that period of time a big queue at the port gates. All trucks were staying on the queue, waiting for customs documents, custom papers, and proceeding to the terminal. In a couple of months since we have implemented this system, regardless, nowadays we are handling up to 1,500 trucks per day. There is no queue. This is the benefits of the system. where our customers are able to make an appointment, a certain appointment today between 1700 and 1800, and the transport companies have the, I would say, the ability to leave the port in less than 1 hour. Another important aspect for our organization is, I would say, the new technologies, because you have discussed about decarbonization and electrical river vessels and so on. It is our strategic objectives to replace the entire diesel machines in our operations with electrical ones. We already have 2 big machines purchased last year, fully electrical. All our light vehicles in the terminal are electrical ones, and hopefully in the next 2 to 3 years we will replace the entire RTG fleet, the cranes dedicated for yard operations, with the new technologies, not only electrical ones but remotely, and to improve as well our working conditions for the employees.
Thank you very much. If there are any questions from the audience or any questions coming online, Robert? No.
Online, it's me.
Okay.
Offline. We just wanted to thank from the Pro Danube perspective to the huge efforts of the fairway managers, and especially for AFDG, as it was a very good occasion in the past weeks to align on what the business needs, and I think it's very important, or we think, I can say on behalf of all our members, that we think that it's a very good sign, and we need to continue that on a permanent basis, quarterly, or somehow to work out such consultancy sessions to do or to check what's going on and to bring in the business perspectives. So we just wanted to highlight that initiative, and thank you for that, and let's hope that we can continue that in the near future. Thank you.
And from my side, I would like to thank Pro Danube for making possible this kind of meetings. Administrations together with the private sector, these are very important to listen to one another. Thank you, Pro Danube.
Thank you, Tony. Yeah, what I take with as the moderator of this session is very clear. I think it was mentioned several times. It is collaboration which is needed for the future in between the different stakeholders. That means administrations, that means rail operators, that means port operators, and that means also logistic operators, and of course also vessels. I think it was also very right what Mr. Seitz was pointing direction to, that the traditional product groups will not serve our future most probably. So coal will sooner or later get less and less. Petrochemical products will get less and less, so we need some incentives how to walk in a different direction. And I think the only direction what we can see in the moment, when I take that right out of the panel, that is collaboration, work all of us together and go in the direction of multimodality and make that chain as efficient as it is possible. And therefore we all have to make our part and take our part in it. So thank you very much for the moderating this panel. And before you leave, I have a few more words. So I would like to say thank you to the 2 most important. Emmanuel, could you help me, please? Can you help me? I would like to introduce you to the 2 most important people of this event who makes it actually possible that we have an event like this. Since February, 2 people work restlessly, practically, to make this event, put the things together, put all the parts and pieces together to have a beautiful event like this. So therefore I ask Irene Patreniani, I hope that this was the absolutely correct way. And because I was traveling in Scandinavia, so I bring you something very kingdom-wise with. So, and the second one, Irene from Ecoris, and of course my colleague Robert Raphael, please, from Pro Danube International. Robert, also for you, thank you very much. Yeah, you did really, you put all the program together, so thank you very much, you both. So, absolutely last point from my side, before I let you go. And outside, you know there's a networking lunch prepared for you, is about hosting this kind of events. So if somebody is here who would like to host for the next year the Danube Ports Days, you're welcome to come forward and to tell it, or take contact with Robert and with me. Always happy to have some hosts, so you can promote yourself a little bit, and it is maybe time for having a different location. We had Vienna, we had Budapest, we had now Constanza, so maybe we have some Serbian friends or Hungarians or whatever here, would be fantastic. And the last thing is, if you are not member until now at Pro Danube International, you're welcome to sign up at Pro Danube International, either on the homepage or contacting Robert directly or contacting me. So at the end, let me wish you a safe travel home, and thank you very much for the last 2 days. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope we made a very interesting program for you. And if there is any inputs for the next coming sessions, you're also welcome to just come forward to us and say, hey, try to put this in, and we will try to see how we can integrate different parts and pieces from your side into the program for the next years. So thank you very much. Safe traveling home. Enjoy the network outside, and thank you for the last 2 days. This movement, going down like this, is really, thank you.
Dacă nu vorbim și nu facem nimic, nu